Good morning, darts fans, and welcome to coverage of Group C here in Phase 3 of Week 3. You had a little glimpse there of Josh Richardson, who's down in the practice room already. He's going to be involved in our very first match of Thursday's session with Simon Stevenson. But before we start that match, we're just going to have a little look into what happened in Group A over the last couple of days, because it was very tight in the end. We didn't think it was going to be, because we thought that Matt Dennant was dominating the group, but at the end, he had a couple of stumbles and got across the line by just the 2 points, as you can see. 10 matches played with 8 wins and 2 losses is always going to be very strong. At one point, he was 100%, winning 7 games out of 7, but then losing 2 matches. He found himself on level points with Scott Marsh, who stumbled himself in his penultimate game and handed Matt Dennant the title with 1 match to spare. Kieran Tian and Marsh will feature in Group B, which will start at 10 p.m. tonight on Sporty Stuff TV. That will be live for you. Simon Stevenson, James Richardson and Ryan Murray will take part in Group C this morning. It's noteworthy for Ryan Murray that this is his debut this week. He's had a couple of days to get used to this room. We may see a different brand of darts from him over the next couple of days. As far as Simon Stevenson is concerned, he had a bad Tuesday, but he had a much improved Wednesday. He was actually the best player yesterday, so watch out for him. So without further ado, let's go down to the room to see Simon Stevenson, and he's up against Richardson Jr. of the Josh variety. Our referee today is Paul Hinks. Unmistakable. He's doing his last day of the week, so we hope he has fun calling all 15 games for us today. But Simon is back and will be feeling very chipper, the Mirror Man, coming into today. As far as Tuesday is concerned, it couldn't really have gone much worse. But like we said yesterday, he didn't play poorly on Tuesday, he just didn't get results. But Wednesday was very different. His average was vastly less than it was on Tuesday, but he picked up 8 points from a possible 10. It didn't get him out of the bottom 3, but as far as his confidence is concerned, it will be much better today than it was when he started yesterday, that's for sure. But the man from Plymouth, who throws with a 23-gram Bristow dart, old school style of setup, former quarter-finalist at the UK Open, is now taking on Richardson Jr. We've got them both in this session, and there will be a father-son match later, but the 24-year-old from Rushden
first leg is Simon to throw first.
A crack at the
Game
Live
on.
League once again, nicknamed Stealth, but we can still see you. It's funny, he's got this silhouette on his shirt that makes him... It's obviously modelled on himself. It looks like Ryland from Big Brother. Or should I say Ryland from Supermarket Sweep at the minute.
100.
Well, Josh comes to us with a wealth of Live League experience. You could say the wealth of stealth, funnily enough.
95.
He's played 59 games in his Live League career with 29 wins. Win percentage just under 50%. He actually has the best
81.
personal best average in an individual game of any player in this group. 112.2 is a very fine personal best. One of the top 10 performances in
100.
Live League history. His running average whenever he plays is just a tad under 84.
60.
I sense if he's going to get through this group and into Saturday's finals, he may need something better than that. Now, just to run through what the state of play is for
68.
today and tomorrow, because we have our weekly finals for Week 3 of Phase 3 on Saturday night from 10 o'clock. Matthew Dennant is already there.
140.
You will see him
Simon
on
Newcastle,
Saturday night.
138.
You will see 2 players from this group qualify as well. You will see 3 players qualify from tonight.
98.
And of
Josh
course
Newcastle,
tomorrow,
120.
because this is a 2-day group, as is tonight's group. Josh needs 60 in tops or 2 bullseyes.
60. Simon, you require 40.
Solid start here from the Mirror Man. 2 10s now. Might be too close. Trying to go over the top.
20. Josh, you require
Could have
60.
this leg stolen away from him. That could be a very good single. Double 10 for Josh.
40. Simon, you require 20.
Double 5. Trying to settle in with an early double. And you do see
No
this
score.
every
Josh,
now
you
and
require
again
20.
in the first game of the day. Just a little bit of minor anxiety.
Being shot on the first
And
leg.
it is a
Josh
19-dart
Richardson.
break there for Josh. So in a stealth-style fashion, he does take that first leg somewhat under the radar.
Second leg, Josh to throw first. Game on.
Josh, a former BDO World Youth Champion.
140.
I know that was a very proud day for the Richardson family. And there have been plenty of proud days for the Richardson family over the years.
31.
Iconic venues like Lakeside and Alexandra Palace and some others. But Josh has always been a very fine player.
100.
Throughout the course of today and tomorrow, we'll talk a bit more about what he's done in his career. But right now, it's important to focus on what these guys are bringing to the table from what they've played in the live league
41.
before. Simon Stevenson has played 22 matches in the live league now and won exactly half of them. He's only played in 2022.
83.
So Josh has got a bit more experience on this hockey than Simon has. But it was a weird day yesterday. Now, I just want to give you a little bit of
138.
context. Simon Stevenson's average yesterday was the worst of all 6 players, but he was at the top of the table. 81.96, and he got 8 points.
7.
His average the previous day was 88.6, almost 7 points better, and he was bottom of the table. Now, if that doesn't prove
43.
that averages don't mean anything, then I don't know what does. It's all about winning the right battles at the right times. Now, Richardson was about 300
41.
ahead in this leg, but he's only scored 48 in the last 2 visits.
45. Joshua require 130.
He's still got 6 darts from 130, so forget about what's happened and move forward. And that he's doing. And in somewhat
105.
father-like fashion. He goes for the finish even when he doesn't have to. I suggest you get it this time,
25.
if you like that 2-0 lead. Double 8.
17.
Bonus
Simon,
chance
require
here for the
68.
break back for Simon Stevenson. That's in.
Being
And
shown
so
on the
is
second
that.
leg, Simon Stevenson.
Here comes the Mirror Man as the song goes, but 68 checkout in 2 is always good, and neither dart was near the middle of the bed.
They'd like Simon to throw first. Game on.
As if he cares about that. Yeah, highlights of yesterday's play for Simon.
134.
He didn't have any ton plus outs. He had 2 maximums, which was the least of any player. I'm starting to get where I'm
93.
coming from here. His stats made for very interesting reading when I was going through them first thing this morning. I almost had to double check them
137.
to make sure that he did finish on 8 points ahead of Matt Dennett yesterday on 6. He was involved in some
100.
very tight matches, and he affected what happened at the top of the Group A table as well, because He beat Matt Dennant 4 legs to 3.
90.
Then he beat Scott Marsh by 4 legs to 2. And that robbed them of valuable points, but in the end, Matt Dennant was already in position to win the table.
92. Simon
With those two losses coming
140.
right at the death. $60 to lead tops.
100.
And finds it. He's got to go for the 60.
180.
It's a beautiful dart, even with
Simon
that second one
40.
dangling. That is the first maximum of the match. Does it put the pressure on?
Game shot on the
That's
third
a really
leg.
good dart there from
Stevenson.
Simon. He just wondered if he was trying to overcorrect from a miss from earlier in the match, but ultimately dart 3 is a good one.
Fourth leg, Josh, you throw first. Game on.
Other players that you're going to see today. We'll get our first look at Ryan Murray, who
140.
we saw over the last couple of days. He will come in match 2 against Ryan Finesse. So a bit of a Ryan derby for you on Thursday morning.
85.
Sam Cankett will make his debut. The lad from Wales will take on Josh's father, James Richardson.
134.
And every player will have 5 matches today in Group C and 5 matches tomorrow morning. The culmination of points, 2 points for a win, of course. The culmination
85.
of points will see the top 2 progress to the finals come tomorrow at lunchtime. And then later on tonight, it's the 5-player group
46.
where 3 players will go through. And you'll see the likes of Scott Marsh and Kieran Tian, who progressed from Group A against
100.
Paul Hogan, Andy Hamilton and Darryl Pilgrim. If you are interested in having a little flutter today,
59.
I will be live on Sporty Stuff TV around 8:30 tonight with some tips for tonight's group. And remember, if you are choosing to have that flutter, please gamble responsibly.
55. Joshua
It's for
Carl,
over 18s only, and
122.
begambleaware.org for more information.
54.
3 singles there for Josh. And he's looking to take the finish that Simon took a couple of legs ago.
60.
He'll be hoping
Joshua
he takes it in the
requires
same
68.
fashion. Perfectly in 2. Not meant to be, but he can still get there with a double 16.
36. Simon, you require 116.
Well, Simon will be hoping he hasn't put himself on a non-finish here after 1 dart, but he's done well. Oh, hello. That's 92, which leaves double 12. Oh,
Game shot on the fourth
that's
leg.
naughty.
Simon Stevenson.
He knows he wasn't going for that double 16. And it always feels a little weird when your opponent does that, but it still equals a
Fifth leg,
3-1
Simon to throw
advantage.
first. Game on.
You always feel a little bit,
60.
what's the right word? Crafty when you do things like that. I can imagine Eric Bristow back in the day possibly doing that and looking at his opponent saying, haha, it wasn't the way I meant to get it, but I still got it.
121.
Speaking of legends of the game, it's a very sad day today for a couple of reasons. One,
95.
today is the day where our very close friend Nigel Pearson is laid to rest, and to his family, his friends, his colleagues, everybody here at the Online Darts Live League sends our love to him.
180.
His service is taking place this afternoon, and he will be fondly remembered
60.
forever. Part of the Darts family. And unfortunately, another member of our distinguished darting family was lost yesterday. The great Sandra Greatbatch,
140.
mother and great dart player. And her son Sean was on social media yesterday giving us the sad news. So Sandra will be missed. A wonderful lady.
60. Josh, you require 60.
And everybody here sends our love to the Great Batch family. Josh to take like 5.
20.
Clatters into his own dart. But in a funny sort of way, the dart is better on the floor than in the single one. Just a few
59.
early nerves
Josh, you
here for
require
Josh.
40.
He hasn't played a great deal of darts in the Live League this year so far. So maybe still trying to find his feet.
$30.
He may
Sam,
lose
you
the game
require
now.
167.
He's only hit 1 double out of a possible 11. That has to change.
83. Josh, you require 10.
Double 5. About 2 millimeters above would be a nice marker. Double 2.
Game shot on
nice
the 5th
hit
leg. Josh
To get back within 1. So Stevenson hasn't had a match dart, and it's Josh's job now to make sure he doesn't get one in like 6.
6 leg Josh to throw first. Game on.
.82 average for Josh at this point, and there's a lot of 1s creeping into his game.
21.
Needs to be aware of that and has to do something about it at the end of this match and in future games.
46.
Simon averaging 78 here. High finish of 116, of course, where he hit those 2 doubles. But his doubles have been much better than Josh's have.
140.
He's 30% to Josh's 15.
$137.
Can Simon get across the line to find his 10th point of the week?
180.
Josh sticks up a big palm in front of his face and say, I'm not letting you get that easily. But back comes the mirror man.
140. Josh, you require 160.
To take us all the way in leg 1. Match 1, not leg 1. Don't listen to me.
60.
Magic number here is 138. He's not going to get that. But he might get a 140 to leave double 19.
100. Josh, you require 100.
So, like I said, to stop Stevenson getting a match shot. And he can't do it.
76.
So from this
Sam,
position,
you require 78.
Stevenson should get at least 1. That 1 is at tops. And that's
Game
the
shot
only
on the
one he
mat,
needs.
Simon
A
Stevenson.
good clinical finish at the end of that one. His doubles were better than his opponent. The averages weren't too brilliant, but something to build on for the Mirror Man. It's not what happened on Tuesday morning. He's found a win early, and he could possibly build on that. Josh has got some work to do on the doubles, as you can see, with only hitting 2 from a possible 13. We are now going to have a little look at a Ryan Derby. A first look of the week at Ryan Finesse. And Ryan Murray comes back with everything clean slated after a poor Group A. Maybe Group C will be kinder to him. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Thursday morning. And the first points of the day go the way of Simon Stevenson. So congratulations to him. But who will join him on 2 points early in Group C? Let's find out. We know it's going to be somebody called Ryan. Ryan Finesse is back at the Live League. Let's see what he can do this time against Scotland's Ryan Murray, who has had a couple of days to figure out what this is all about. But the 28-year-old from Salisbury knows exactly what it's all about. He's been here plenty of times before and had some success.
First leg, Ryan Murray to throw first. Game on.
We're talking about a player that has won groups before. So he starts again.
45.
To try and get another group under his belt. But Finesse's career so far in the Live League: 61
100.
matches with 34 victories for a definite good win percentage of 55.74. Best average
85.
of 106.08. And steady doubling every time he comes here. Around 1 in every 3 doubles hit.
140.
His running average, which for me is very impressive, 88.58, is the second
100.
best running average of any player in this group in their Live League career. So maybe Ryan Finesse is the one to watch today.
134.
I would say, alongside James Richardson, he is one of the most likely candidates to come through this group.
7. Ryan Uruguay 127.
He's had a pretty good start here. Trying to give us a 127 in game in leg 1 of the contest, but he decided not to go for it.
83.
Instead, he has left it very handy after 12.
80.
Ryan's got to watch
Ryan
out for those
44.
28-gram barrels knocking into each other. Doesn't want to have too many darts on the floor. Motown for Finesse.
Shot on the first leg.
4
Ryan
tops,
Furness.
just like that. Well, we're not going loco in Acapulco. We're going 1-0 up if you are Ryan Finesse in match number 2.
Second leg, Ryan Furness to throw first. Game on.
That's a bit of an old joke amongst us darts commentators. I've had many a conversation about the darts that
60.
Ryan uses, Ryan Finesse that is. And towards the end of 2021, he was saying to me, have you got any more of those black darts you used to use?
180.
As we see our first maximum coming from the Scotsman. And I said, yes, I've got 1 set left. And they're the ones I keep mint in box for my
44.
grandkids and that kind of thing. And I said, I can't let you have them. So he had to go searching around the internet to try and find a replacement set. And I'm very glad to see that he found a set.
100.
He looks pretty sharp in the early stages of this match. There's a little bit more evidence of it. Ryan Murray's going to have to be on his game if he wants to take out the man from Salisbury.
97.
This is a much better leg for Ryan. And over the course of the last couple of days, he's averaged 85. He's had 8 maximums, but his doubles have not been up to scratch. He would admit that.
124.
Under 25% overall. Double 8.
108.
I'm surprised
Ryan
he didn't go for the 14 ball
157.
option. It almost paid off. This would be very fruitful. Double top.
117.
And it was very
Ryan
close.
16.
And
Shot
that's
on the
in as
second
well.
leg, Ryan Murray.
Utilising those somewhat hefty barrels. A good ½ centimetre wide of the double 8, but kissed in off that one for 1-1.
Third leg, Ryan Murray to throw first. Game on.
This is one of those games that's a nightmare for referees. Can't just say Ryan to throw first. He's got to get
100.
like a parent and say the full name. You know when your parents call you by your full name, you know you're in trouble.
58.
Ryan had a decent day on
35.
his debut day on Tuesday. Picked up 2 wins, 4 maximums. But unfortunately yesterday, he found himself at the bottom of the table for the day and the bottom of the table for the group in its entirety as well.
100.
He hasn't had any ton plus checkouts all week yet, which is quite surprising. In fact, there have been 2 players up until this morning who had not had a ton plus checkout.
27.
But that has changed because Simon Stevenson, who had none as well, has already got one today. I'm sure it's only a matter of time before Ryan Murray gets one. You never know, it might be this 139.
$100. Ran you a
Six
car
starts for it, and
139.
after a really good start from Finesse, Murray has got a hold of this game. It's not going to go,
91.
but that's not a bad leave.
$100. Ran
Both
you
on
a
2
car
darters, but
48.
you'd much rather have 48. A lot easier. Well, he's trying to show off. Double 8.
32.
16 for double 8.
Ran you a car
That first dart was a
76.
big flyer. Maybe he was going for the single 8 for tops. Double top for Finesse.
Game shot on
And
the
he
third
steals
leg.
that one
Ryan
away.
Furness.
So, I mentioned about being under 25% on the doubles for the week. Ryan Murray is getting his pocket picked by missing doubles.
Fourth leg, Ryan Furness to throw first. Game on.
Looking pretty good on top so far. Watch out for that.
60.
With Finesse and James Richardson. He hasn't been leaving tops a lot. The man I mentioned second there, but that might change today.
100.
And in particular against debutant Sam Cankett, who makes his debut in their very next match.
140.
Well, whatever you're doing today, I hope you have a wonderful Thursday. I hope you're able to join us a little bit later for some late night darts action as well. We did hear some good news yesterday that James
68.
Wade has returned to the UK after some illness earlier in the week in Germany, so that is really good news. He's not going to be taking part in Premier League darts tonight in Sheffield.
55.
He's going to take a bit of time to recover, so we hope he's fighting fit for the coming weeks.
85.
Still advantage Finesse after 9. Trying to stay straight.
81.
And coming up trumps with the last dart, but not getting to a finish. Just wonder what's going through the mind of Murray. That first dart was so
84.
perfect. And he only winds up with 84. Is it going to be a big 5?
125.
Not
Ran your
surprised
car
to see that.
164.
And he's going to get a look at tops as well. You smell a possibility of 3-1
122.
to the
Ran your
Englishman
car
right now.
40.
But it isn't, and Murray gets a freebie. These are the shots you can't miss.
6.
But he does.
Ran your car 20.
Double 10.
Game
And
shot on the
Ryan
fourth
Furness
leg. Ryan
goes 3-1
Furness.
up. So he's showing his experience right now. But they're jostling for position in legs. And it's very odd to see a lot of
Murray to throw
misses.
first. Game on.
Each and every leg, apart from maybe leg 1, could have been won by either player.
39.
It could easily be 3-1 to Murray. It makes for captivating viewing for the neutrals, but if you're in the corner of Ryan Murray right now, you'll be thinking how frustrated you are. Just imagine how frustrated
44.
he is. Finesse has been quite impressive
96.
here on his first game in Group C. An average of 90. Murray just under 79. And that maybe tells the story. But if you look at the doubles percentages, they tell an even greater story. 8 attempts at double for Finesse. 7 for Murray.
59.
Obviously, Finesse has got 3 hits and Murray's only got 1. That, for me, is the telling statistic.
25.
He's going to fancy winning this by 4 legs to 1 now, especially with that first dart. He's the kind of player that doesn't give anything away but positive vibes. Even when he's having a bad game, he doesn't show you how frustrated he could be. He's very hard to beat. Double top for the win. And it's really clinical. Great on the doubles, steady on the scoring, and if he maintains that level of performance, I think he's going to be quite hard to stop to get to the top 2 positions. 44% on the checkouts, 90 as an average. I think there's another gear to be found, but maybe another gear has to be found by Ryan Murray if he stands a chance of making Saturday. We're going to get our first look at Sam Cankett from Wales in match number 3. He's got a very difficult debut game up against one of the most experienced Live League players in its history, and that's James Richardson. That's coming right up. always exciting when we start a new group and everybody starts from scratch, but it's even more exciting when we get somebody making their debut. Let's see what Sam Cankett can do as he makes his online darts live league first bow up against Mr. Experience, James Richardson. James is back in a third different dart shirt of the week. I just wonder how many he's got. But another dart player from Wales, Super Sam as he's called. I wonder what he can do as well. He could be one for the future. We know that James Richardson is one for the present, the current Denmark Masters champion.
Looks like it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
So, this is Sam Cankett from Pontypool. Someone who has played for his country on a couple of occasions around 8 or 9 years ago. A very good youth player, but now firmly in the senior ranks. And has had some pretty decent results lately, making the last 16 of the Scottish Open.
100.
Where he lost out to Dave Pallett, somebody who we have seen at the Live League this year. In that tournament, he took out Greg Ritchie, one of our Scottish
59.
friends. And also, in an earlier round, Sean McGimpsey as well. But this is going to be a really tough challenge on debut for Sam. He was having a little throw on the board
55.
earlier today just to get the feel of this room. But like we saw with Ryan Murray a little bit earlier in the week, it can take a bit of time
60.
to get used to such a silent atmosphere. Recently played in the Welsh Classic as well, did Sam Cankett. He got to the last 32, which is pretty admirable. He's played in things like
60.
the Europe Cup for the boys in the past and done pretty well. So he may be one of those really good youth players who is yet to write their senior story. You never know, it could be starting from here.
65. Sam, you require 153.
This would be some way to announce yourself. Look, he's even got his own flights, you see.
James, you require 76.
Super Sam Cankett on the flights. 88 for James Richardson. Over to fours.
Game shot on the first leg.
That's the kind of
James
thing
Richardson.
over the last couple of days he has not been doing. It is fair of me to say that he hasn't been as clinical on the outer ring as he usually would be.
First. Game on.
Now, the reason I say that is because over the last couple of days, his check-up percentage has been 25.5%. That's probably a good... Let me just check where he's at for his live league career. Yeah, that's a good 10% down on what he would do normally. Just a shade under 35%
96.
for the 265 games he's already played. As for the average, 87.5.
100.
Which is about 3% down on what he has usually done. So it hasn't been his most fruitful week.
126.
But most importantly, the week is not over yet. Bottom three position in Group A is not the end of the world, as long as you play well in Group C. Doesn't matter how you get to Saturday night, as long as you're there.
41.
And my two favourites to come through this group this morning, James
59.
was definitely one of them,
James
and the other one was Ryan
138.
Finesse, based on the statistics that I was looking into first thing this morning.
96. Sam, you require 134.
Options on this one could go treble 18. 16 here will leave tops.
94.
Nice
James
leave.
require 42.
Now where does James go here? He's been doing a lot of double 16 action this week. And he goes back to it.
Game shot on the
And
second
it
leg.
works.
James Richardson.
I said a little bit earlier when his son Josh was playing that maybe he would utilise tops more today, but he's deciding not to.
They'd like Sam to throw first. Game on.
Best average of the week for James, 100.2. And surprisingly,
59.
before today's play, he was the third best 180 hitter. Matt Dennant and Scott Marsh getting more 180s than him.
140.
That's very un-James-like. He is noted as a huge maximum hitter.
57.
And based on the players that we've got in this group, I would have to say that he is definitely the most likely to get the most maximums.
45.
But is that going to be the case over the next couple of days? If it isn't, he may not get as many chances as he needs to take
100.
the points from certain players. He's exposing Sam's debut here with some steady play.
100.
One thing Sam hasn't got is time on his side. He's got 10 matches to impress
59.
the points table. And if he doesn't, he'll be back in Wales on Saturday. James will be hoping he's going home on
100.
Sunday after a successful night on Saturday. And of course, I have to stress that this week is all about getting to Champions Week, which
59.
will be in a fortnight.
James Rukar 116.
Got to make the top 3 on Saturday to do that.
28. Sam Rukar 167.
Not quite got the range on that 60 yet, has Sam.
59. James Rukar 88.
James had a really bad visit last time out, but this one seems better already. 77.
74. Samuel Rukar 108.
Let's find out what Sam does on 108, because this is one of those numbers which has got so many options. And that says to me that maybe he's
56.
a double 16
James Rukar
merchant.
14.
Doesn't get close. Double 4.
Game shot on the
And a
third
good
leg.
plan from
James
Richardson, who takes a 3-0 lead against Cankett, because every time he's on something like double 9 or double 7, he always chooses to split it.
Fourth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
2 breaks a throw. And looking to get the ideal start. Averaging 88.
140.
In fact, that's just come down at the end of that last leg to 85.
121.
But already he's picking up the pace. And at the end of
100.
yesterday's session, when he was finding his normal range, that pace was a lot more
100.
speedy. He had 100 average against Ryan Murray in match number 11 yesterday, and that was a really good confidence booster, even though he knew he was
93.
playing in Group C at that point. He ended up losing the last match of the session against Matt Dennant, but he didn't play badly. Dennant himself averaged
60.
over 100 in beating James by 4 legs to 1. This game could be done and dusted in about 30 seconds.
140.
So a bit of a baptism of fire for Sam.
125. James Rukar 28.
Double 14 for the ideal first win. And he's back to double 7. But he splits it once more.
Game
And
shot
double
on the mat,
4
James Richardson.
is his buddy in that game. The number 4 comes to his aid, not just because of the double 4, but because he's won by 4 legs to 0. It's not his best performance, but on the outer ring, it was very good indeed, hitting half of his doubles. And that's the sort of avenue of the game that he really needed to fix today. So a really good footing for him going into round 2. Speaking of round 2, the round 2 of matches will start when we come back. And the first of those will be Josh Richardson against Ryan Murray. So that's coming right up. Hello and welcome back to Group C action on Thursday. Match number 4 of 15, not 14 yet. That'll come in about 2 hours' time. We have more from England versus Scotland in this one as Ryan Murray takes on Josh Richardson. So let's get straight down to the board for it. Not the ideal start for Ryan Murray or for Josh, but one of them will join Stevenson, Finesse and the other Richardson on 2 points in round number 2, which starts right here. It will see the first rematch of a Group A match between Richardson and Stevenson next.
First leg is Josh to throw first. Game on.
But before we get there, we have an opportunity for Richardson Jr. to get his first points of Phase 3.
140.
Just needs to be a bit sharper on the 60s, does Josh. He had a few darts drifting into the 1 in his first game against Simon Stevenson.
48.
Where he was really punished for some vital misses at double. Speaking of Phase 3, we have got people already
91.
in Champions Week, of course. Weekly wins so far for Stephen Burton and for Chaz Barstow. And they have booked their Phase 3 Champions Week bow with Jim McEwen, Graham Usher, and the 2 Scots, Walters and Williams. So those guys will be back come the
60.
end of the month. 6 more spots available for Champions Week. 3 this week, 3 next week, and 2 bonuses of £2,000 left to bank as well, because if you win on Saturday night, that's what you get.
100.
If you can get your way to Champions Week by winning on Saturday night, it could be a very
80.
profitable
Joshua
fortnight.
110.
You could bag yourself £8,000. Josh is looking to bag double 16.
Being shot on the first leg. Josh
And that's
Richardson.
what I call a big improvement from his first game. Somebody's settled down, haven't they? 15
Second leg
darts.
round to throw first. Game
Some
on.
plus check out. Good scoring. That's what we're looking to do all the time. I know we can't do it all the time, but that's what we're searching for.
40.
We did see a perfect doubling performance from Scott Marsh
41.
earlier in the week. In his first game of the week, in fact, where he had 100% on doubles, a 170 checkout in
60.
there, and an average of over 101. Without doubt, the best individual performance of the week so far.
90.
There were some times yesterday where Matt Dennett was scaring a personal best of around 107, 108. But after taking a 3-0 lead on a couple of occasions, he wasn't able to put that 4th leg together to bank that massive performance. But we do know that Josh can do that
140.
with a personal best of 112.2. So far, Ryan this week has not been able to find a 3-figure
83.
average. That doesn't mean to say that he can't do it. It just hasn't happened yet.
$85.
He's getting increasingly frustrated by losing the line. It is an immensely frustrating game when things are not going
Joshua
your
Carr
way.
145.
And the ability to fix things in game is an incredible thing to have. Double 14 for a 145. Oh
Being
boy,
shot
what
on
are
the
we watching
second leg,
here?
Josh Richardson.
This is a masterclass all of a sudden on the outer ring. Double 14 for the 145.
Third leg, Josh to
that's
throw
2
first.
doubles
Game
hit.
on.
2 ton plus checkouts. Can't do any wrong. 2 15 darters just like that.
43.
Sometimes the game feels easy, and sometimes it feels like
70.
you're using somebody's arm, or somebody else's arm, and you've got glasses on when you don't need glasses.
140.
He's got a bit of a Joe Cullen look about him at the minute, has Josh Richardson. If you look at where he lays the dart back towards his right shoulder, it's a bit Cullen-esque for me. And he's got the same sort of facial hair going on as well. Doesn't have the same rhythm as Joe. He doesn't come straight back and forward. There's a bit of a stop
80.
there. How we would love to have the success of Joe Cullen, that's for sure.
60.
Up to this point, he's had a great career, with plenty more to come. We do have to say a very big well done to Michael Smith over the last couple of days, of course.
140.
Two Players Championships up in Wigan, and Michael won them both. Got a 9-darter. Lots of ton plus averages.
126. Joshua
Ryan Murray's starting to find his feet here. He himself leaves the 145 this time.
38.
He's been shown the way
Brand new car,
how to get it.
145.
And he's not going to get it because he keeps drifting into the 5.
85. Joshua requires 60.
20 for tops to keep this perfect finishing performance going. Hasn't missed a double yet.
20. Ryan, you require 60.
That could cost him here. Could lose his throat. That's a great single. Double 19.
22.
Wasn't
Joshua
expecting
40.
to be going for that basement double. And Josh comes back for a 3-0 advantage. Double 10.
20. Ryan, you require 38.
Straight for it. Still got some bed to aim at. And manages to find it. That's a lovely dart from Ryan. That'll give him a lot of confidence, because that was not an easy shot, especially when you've got 56 grams of tungsten in your
Ryan
way.
to throw first. Game on. $66.
Josh will be livid after that great start, missing 5 darts to take that third leg for a 3-0 advantage. And you just see what happens with that first visit of leg number 4. It just looks a bit disappointing.
42.
I hope he's not dwelling on what happened at the end of that third leg, because it could become infectious for the rest of the game.
100.
Such a lovely follow-through that Ryan Murray has. But over the course of the week, he has had a few darts that have come out of his hand late. Hence, it'll go low and left.
57.
But this is much better. Great timing, and that looked easier on the eye as well. Not as much effort being put into that one.
121. Ryan, you require 113.
Josh was on the walk on that third dart, and that single one means he's not on a finish. It could well be 2-2 in a second.
48.
What we were thinking is going to be 3-0 at the end of the last leg. Nothing is for sure.
59. Ryan, you require 65.
25 for tops. And that leaves 51. So tops is the target eventually.
25. Joshua require 140.
Well, this one's a bit easier than the 145 he took earlier. Might still get it. He was very fortunate not to nestle that second dart into the 60. Double 10.
20.
Saw that
Joshua
wire just
Clark,
nudged by
40.
that point. And Richardson should surely get to 3 now.
20.
But he doesn't.
Ranu acquire 20.
Double 10 is calling.
Being shot on the fourth
That's
leg.
a great
Ryan
shot
Murray.
from Ryan Murray. He's come back into this match after a beautiful 2 legs from Josh. But now we have a bit of a scrap on our hands.
Fifth leg, Josh to throw first. Game on.
The Murray average around 75.
39.
Richardson around 82. And after hitting the first 2 darts at double in the match, he's gone on to miss another 8 after that. And funnily enough, the double statistics are exactly the same
82.
for both players. 10 attempts with 2 hits. So everything is evened out.
58.
There are lots of things in Josh's future which are yet to be accomplished. He hasn't got himself a tour card yet. He hasn't played in a
60.
European tour event, for example. Some of the things that his dad has already done. He's played in UK Open qualifiers
140.
in 2016 and 17, and he has had some wins there amongst the elite.
60.
But he's won 2 big titles in his career. The JDC World Championship in 2015 and the World Championship at Lakeside for the boys in 2016. Now, at the age of 24,
94.
he's getting a bit too old to be a World Youth Champion in the PDC. I suppose he's got one more attempt.
59.
age of
Joshua
24,
Carl,
but
170.
post 2022, he's a senior.
$60.
We're seeing a lot of finishes in this match left a lot of times. 110 for the second time. We've seen a 145 left
Joshua
twice.
Carl, 110.
They've been languished on the same doubles more than once. I completely understand why he went for the 60 there. The lie was really good.
58. Ranu acquire 118.
If Murray takes the lead here, Richardson's going to be so angry. Bullseye.
68.
It wasn't in,
Joshua acquire 52.
even though it fell out of the board. Double 16.
Game
That's a
shot on
great
the
shot
fifth leg.
from Josh Richardson, who takes that leg in 21 darts. But I don't know if you caught a look at his expression like I did there. He looked a little bit cheesed off.
Six leg Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Almost to say that I will not lose this leg because I shouldn't be behind. Well, he isn't behind.
180.
What a great start to this leg for Ryan Murray. That's a second maximum of the match. Josh yet to register one.
77.
But let's talk a little bit about who Josh beat to win that World Youth Championship at Lakeside, because it makes for very interesting reading. I'm not going to try and pronounce some of his early opponents, but he did take out a certain Nenches
96.
in the early stages of that in 2015. And we know that Nenches is one of the best players on the development tour right now, and he has a tour card at senior level in the PDC.
83.
Bit of a 9-dart magnet as well, he is. A little bit later on in that tournament, he took out Nathan
58.
Rafferty,
Ryan Carl, 115.
World Youth Championship runner-up from last year. Mike van Duijvenbode in the quarterfinals. And Justin van Tachau
59.
in the semi-finals. And he would go on to win the next 2 of them. Jordan Boyce was his victim on the stage at Lakeside, as Josh won by 3 sets to 2.
56.
And this one could be 3 legs all. If Ryan finds double 18,
Game
Which
shot
he
on the
does.
sixth leg. Ryan Murray.
It's all the way for the very first time today, and we've got the full set. We've had every possible result so far today, but who's going to win this
Seventh
one?
and final leg. Josh to throw first. Game on.
And what I mean by that is we've had a 4-2, a 4-1, a 4-0, and we're about to get a 4-3.
96.
The year before Josh won that World Youth Championship, he won the Junior
95.
Championship, beating Daniel Perry in the final. So he has had
140.
junior pedigree. But I think what he really wants now is to follow in his father's footsteps, carve out his own career. It can be very difficult
140.
to try and mimic what a father has done. You look at someone like Aaron Monk, for instance, who always lived in his father's shadow. He was trying to create his own legacy. And he did so by winning the PDC World Youth Championship against Michael van Gerwen. But a little bit later in his career, it became very difficult for him.
42.
Josh's support network, I'm sure, will allow him to go on his own path. Now, what does Murray do here? He's got 191 and 25 does not get him out of jail. So he's got to be aggressive.
94.
Yep, 6 starts from 223 will get the job done. Easier said than done, of course.
100.
But he will get a look at that 123. And it will be for 3 ton plus checkouts in this match.
122. Joshua Carr 123.
So he's had a 110, a 145, and a question mark against 123, which has now disappeared. You can see the frustration on his face. He was dominating this match after 2.9 legs. Should have been 3-0 up. But he could lose it by 4 legs to 3.
32. Joshua Carr
But
76.
now he could win it by 4 legs to 3. Double 8. Double 4 was good to his dad earlier, and it's come up trumps once again as he gets his first win of the day. More frustration for the Scotsman. He had 2 darts himself. His average of 81 is very similar to what we saw in his first game of the day. But the checkouts, there's a little bit of a difference between them. In fact, there wasn't a great deal of distance between them in the whole 7-leg contest. They'll have more matches coming up. They've both got 3 more matches for Thursday in Group C. The others have got 4, but we're going to start with James Richardson against Simon Stevenson, the first rematch in Group C of what we've seen in Group A this week. More right after this. Hello and welcome back to Group C action on Thursday. It's all tight at the top in Group C because we only have members of our playing crop on 2 points so far. Early echelons of this group, but what will happen next as we have two players who have already won today? It's a third look of the week. Richardson versus Stevenson, and it started pretty well for them in Group C. Both picking up a win in their first match of the
like
group.
James to throw first.
As you can see, with Ryan
Game
Finesse sandwiched between them in the table. James's son has just picked up his first
140.
win. And you just wonder what kind of dynamic the practice room will give James over the last couple of days. He's very popular amongst a lot of
60.
players. He's very friendly. But what will Josh being in the practice room give James? Is it a degree of relaxation because he's got a family member in there?
91.
Or is it a different degree of motivation? Well, over the last couple of meetings between these two, it's been shared as far as the spoils are concerned.
82.
On Tuesday, it was a James win of 4-3, and roles reversed on Wednesday as Simon picked up the 4-1 win.
60.
So they will do battle at least a couple more times for the week, today and tomorrow. But if they do battle for a fifth time this week, it's good for both of them, because it will mean they're both getting through this group. One thing I'm spotting today so far
100.
is that Richardson's first dart is a lot better. It's finding the top of that target, which is bad news for his opponents.
48. James Car 110.
This was taken in the first leg by his son in the last match. Tops.
70.
He almost does it himself. A somewhat brash way of doing things. Most people would have gone for the 18s on that second dart, but not James.
78. James Car 40.
He's a little bit flashy now and again. Double 19. Or double 16 on the split.
24.
And Stevenson, who has
97.
been getting too many of these opportunities this week, particularly yesterday, will smell an opportunity to steal this one away. And he might just do it.
73. James requires 16.
2 8s.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
he's in
James
there for the first leg, which he should have won, judging by the scoring performance in that leg, but he only just gets across the line.
Something like Simon to throw first. Game on. I
didn't really catch any comment yesterday from James about his performance of the first couple of days. But knowing him as I do,
140.
he will use the last 2 days as motivation. He doesn't want to be in the bottom half of this table. In fact, he doesn't want to be in the middle. He wants to be at the top.
86.
2 wins yesterday. Only the 1 win on Monday. I just fancy he's going to get a few more today.
83.
Of all of the players yesterday, he had the second best average of 89.58.
100.
But the one thing that stuck out for me over the first 2 days was that he didn't improve his doubling yesterday on Tuesday. That must change.
140.
And his first game was very encouraging with 50%. If he can stay more around that, he's going to be a lot more confident going into these kinds of matches.
138. 58. Simon Newcar 118.
The 60 was blocked. Stay there. quite nestle under that dart.
94. James, you require
Does
80.
Richardson go 2 double tops here? No.
Game
That
shot
is
on the
very
second leg.
James.
James Richardson.
I just wondered whether he would fancy the 2 double tops at that point. He didn't, but that little step to the left on double 10 has come in handy.
Third leg, James to throw first. Game on.
Don't ask me why he does it, but whenever he goes for double 10, as you can see, his average in this game is above 90 now.
100.
Whenever he goes for that shot in the 4 o'clock position, he steps to the left by about 6 inches. He's obviously found a mark in practice that is good for him on double 10.
48.
It's not something that every player does. In fact, I don't know many players who do that. But it's something that works for him, and that's all that matters.
93.
Stevenson in trouble, but so was Ryan Murray in the last match, where young Richardson was
84.
in the position to be 3-0 up. And eventually he only won by 4 legs to 3 after surviving 2 match darts.
23.
Where James is from is very rich in darting
96.
talent and darting personalities as well, particularly Ricky Evans, who was from Northamptonshire. He's making his way to Prague.
100.
Czech Darts Open this weekend, which takes place on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So all the very best to Ricky there.
100.
There's a lot of great talent down in Plymouth as well.
65.
The first person I think of, aside from Simon Stevenson from that area, is Maria O'Brien, who was kind enough to tweet me yesterday, just to let me know that Simon is a Manchester United fan.
59. James, you require 120.
It's okay, Simon, we're not going to talk about football right now. Let's talk about a possible Shanghai. Tops from the other side. Oh boy, he's done it again. Earlier in the week, he had an 80 checkout with 2 single 20s, and he had to hit the tops from that position. I can't tell you how good a dart that is. He's thrown that from about 8 feet.
Game on.
That takes genuine skill.
180.
As does that. This is a very good performance from James. I know it's not a massive average, but the doubles again are 50%. Just like the first game. This is live league experience in a can.
100.
Just constantly opening things up. Getting better day on day. And showing us why he's the favourite to win Group C. He's a workhorse. The more he plays, the better
60.
he gets. He doesn't strike me as the kind of player that picks up a set of darts and first thing in the morning's banging in 180s. If you give him 2 or 3 hours to warm up,
51.
he is immensely
Samuel Carr,
dangerous.
161.
Should go 25 here.
90.
Very good.
James Carr, 170.
But it is 170 for the match. Gave it a chance.
91. Samuel Carr, 71.
This is for a game saver. Tops it is to save it.
31.
That may be the last dart he throws in the match. Could it be 8 straight legs for Richardson? He has not lost a leg all day.
59.
But he might
Samuel
lose one
Carr,
now.
40.
And he has finally lost a leg.
Simon Stevenson.
But in order for him to lose the match, Simon Stevenson has got to find 3 more legs like that. And if he is going to do so, he can't afford to give shots at double
James to throw
to Richardson.
first. Game on. 40.
You don't get a nickname like Ruthless without being good. If you're wondering why Simon is called the Mirror Man, I did mention something about it on Tuesday morning.
100.
But one of his professions is fitting mirrors onto boats.
60.
And I personally really love his nickname as well. There are so many nicknames out there that I just don't understand. They don't seem to have any connection with the player. They don't have a story. There's a lot of people out there who think that Joe Cullen shouldn't be called the rock star because it was just a nickname that was given to him. It didn't have any story behind it. But the Mirror Man has a story behind it. I've mentioned Ricky Evans. They call him Rapid because he throws
140.
quick. It makes sense. Richardson about to lose his throw.
125.
And this game would change if that happens. He didn't go for the 25 and bull, even though he was slightly
85.
tempted. He plays the professional angle there. I like that. And this is a huge move being made
40. Simon
by Stevenson,
40.
who has got a history this week of winning from 3-0 down. Double 10.
Game shot on the fifth
really
leg.
Good
Simon
14-dart leg from Simon. It's not the best leg of the week, but it's a really well-paced leg. He's now back on throw.
6 leg Simon to throw first. Game on.
And he's starting to hit. That's 60, just with a
100.
bit more in the early parts of the leg. James has got license to worry.
80.
Ooh, ding dong, grandfather clock shot. And I am reliably informed over the last couple of weeks when I've been working with some of my Dutch
41.
colleagues that they call that the hat stand. I'll let you tweet the guys in the Netherlands as to why they call it the hat stand. I don't have the full story. There's that first dart back in there, making the rest of the visit just a little bit easier.
180.
He's not making this game easy for Richardson, who couldn't possibly lose from 3-0 up again. That's what happened when he played
45.
Scott Marsh on Tuesday. All of a sudden, this is a really good performance.
82.
The average for Stevenson is over 91 and change. Richardson's has dropped to 86.
100. Simon Ukwan 98.
To take us all the way for the second time in 2 matches. Double 12. I'm thinking double 18.
Shot on the 6
God, he got it right.
Stevenson.
It's 3-3 now. Stupendous stuff. And just when you think Richardson is dominating it, the Mirror Man says no.
Final leg James to throw first. Game on.
But this is what he wants. In a last leg decider. Starting with your first maximum of the match, you're thinking, right, I've got you now.
$95.
It's like my old pal Gordon Dobie used to say. In a best-of-5 match, if you were 2-0 up and your opponent comes back to 2-2, he would say, well, it makes it exciting, doesn't
85.
it? I do nothing but smile when I think of Gordon Dobie. What a player. And what a man.
60.
I'll take this opportunity, actually, to pay tribute to one of my friends, Steve Wanless, and his sister Joy Wanless, who played their final games for Northumberland at the end of the inter-county season recently. Phenomenal careers that spanned over 20 years for the black and white up in the northeast of
45.
England.
Change required 96.
Northumberland legends who deserved a shout out. Well done to Joy and Steve. 88.
80.
And he will return after 12 very good darts so far in this leg. This is how you finish matches off. Providing you get it.
177.
When your opponent is saying, I'm not done yet.
Eight.
And he might
Simon
not be done yet.
124.
301 in 6. Bullseye. Oh boy!
Simon Stevenson.
What has he just done to James Richardson? That was positively hurtful. Big 14, centre of the bullseye, and what have we just witnessed? James Richardson's thinking, right, I've only thrown 12 darts and I've got 16 left. But it was his fault that he missed the next 3 as well and gave the chance to Simon Stevenson, who had 57% on the doubles. And that 301 in 6 may be the best 6 darts of the entire day. Well done, Simon. You're now on 4 points. As we all get our breath back after that one, it's going to be Ryan Finesse against Sam Cankett to close out round 2. That's coming right up. Hello and welcome back. I hope you've all got your breath back after that beautiful finish to the last game where Simon Stevenson stole the game away from James Richardson. So we turn our attention to Ryan Finesse now up against Sam Cankett in match number 6 to close out round 2. There you see Stevenson at the top, the first person to get multiple wins. Ryan Finesse can join him now.
Ryan to throw first.
He is able to find another good performance like he did against Ryan Murray in match 2. Still, Sam Cankett is looking for his first leg
81
of the day after losing to James Richardson by 4-0 in match 3. And I don't care who you are or how confident you are. Until you get your first leg on the board, you're just a little bit anxious.
$52.
You may not see it from our camera angle here, but when Ryan Finesse's darts go on the board, sometimes they go in a little bit from left to right.
139.
And what I mean by that is the point in the board is to the left and the flight is to the right. Sometimes it's overemphasized and he's forced to switch. As for Sam's darts, going in very upright, very Dave Chisnell-like.
100.
He's got a very loose rhythm about his throw, quite free and languid. But like
98.
many a player that annoys me, he does walk on dart 3, which is something I wish I could eradicate from players' games. Watch this. See, he's already on the move on dart 3 before it's
170.
gone. Even some of the great players in the world do that. Could be the bull.
81.
I promise you that was for the treble 18. This looks a little bit better in this game from Sam, who's looking at tops.
84. Ryan, you require 89.
That leaves 68. Better to get the treble there than the single. It is the bull.
64.
And he can't find it the
20.
same way that Stevenson did in the last match. Just to the left of that. You can see how his darts are behaving.
No score.
That first dart really was a blocker. Two 8s. Other side of the board, same height.
Game
and
shot
a
on
different
the first
result.
leg. Ryan Furness.
As Finesse takes that leg on the throw, and he gets the jump on Sam Cankett, who is still looking for his first leg win. I just wonder how anxious he is
Sam
feeling.
To throw first. Game on.
So, from my viewpoint,
81.
looking at the way Sam's darts behave, he's going almost the anti-Finesse way.
60.
Finesse with his left to right angle of dart entry. Sam's is the other way. It's almost right to left. Now the next time
100.
he's throwing on the right side of your screen, I want you to look at the dart leaving his hand. Because you can see the dart climbs to the sky out of his hand.
140.
And then auto-corrects itself in the air. He's throwing it upwards.
97.
I would love to see that dart in slow motion. It will be doing an almost pirouette in the air.
81.
I think Furness is very happy to stay with where Canket is on the scoring and hopefully mop up some shots.
85.
And maybe Sam just needs a little confidence boost. Like a 15 darter. A nice clean 2-dart checkout.
140.
Something like that to make him feel, right, I'm in the game now.
$52. Round
Finesse is
you
going to get
80.
a possible break here in 15 darts. If he can find double 10. Well, it's not a 15 darter because it's better than that. 14 darter, which is around the 107 average for the leg. That will definitely elevate his average after 2-0.
Third leg round to throw first. Game on.
85 is the average.
77.
50% on the doubles. In fact, Sam's had more shots at double in this match so far than Ryan.
59.
That's slightly worrying. The somewhat clinical nature of these experienced live league players
100.
can expose a debutant. That's been the case for Ryan Murray, who has not really settled this week. We'll see more of him against Sam Cankett in round 3.
100.
That will be our middle match of the day. After, we have the father-son rivalry game between Josh and James. That comes after this.
81.
I say rivalry. That's just me sensationalizing it. That's not my style.
140.
They're not rivals. They're family members. Okay, James and Josh will play each other. How about that? That sounds a bit more freestyle.
60.
Sam is struggling to reach this 60 every now and again. His miss is low, which is a
41.
sign of a tight arm. I was having a bit of a practice this morning. Yes, the asset still practices. I still threw a few
65.
darts.
Samuel Carr,
a brainwave on
161.
161. I'll talk about that in a second.
97.
Nice
Ryan
switch
Carr,
there from Sam.
118.
Can we see the first ton plus checkout in this match here? It's still possible. And still. And
Green
was
shot on the
possible.
third leg. Ryan Finesse.
Beautifully done by Ryan Finesse, who is showing some really good prowess on the doubles. 3 hits.
Fourth leg,
5
Sam to throw
attempts.
first. Game on.
Very good indeed. And the longer Sam goes without winning a leg, the worse his confidence
57.
will be. And the less likely it will be that he will get through this group. Because it's only 10 matches.
140.
Not a long group format. We saw people on Tuesday have bad days, and they were already out of the running. In James Richardson
97.
and Simon Stevenson, that's why they're in this group. But when you play in Group C, there's no second chance. If you don't get through this group,
59.
you're going home. What will Finesse do here from 302? With his opponent ahead, that was the right thing to do to go to the 18s.
44.
I think we're all getting to this same point here where, come on, Sam, let's get you a leg on the board. Let's get that confidence up
93.
a bit. We don't want to feel charitable. We just don't want to see the guy go through it. I can imagine how I would feel in this spot.
140. Samuel Carr, 154.
This would be some way to do it.
$58. Ryan
Well, we've
Carr,
already seen a
118.
How about another? A different way. Double 19.
99.
Almost match
Samuel
over.
Carr, 96.
Can he get a shot? At tops. Oh,
Game
well
shot
done,
on the
Sam.
fourth leg.
That's a
Sam Cankett.
superb checkout. And considering the position he's in this match and has been throughout the day so far, that is a glorious hit.
Fifth leg Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Hasn't it a double all day and then he gets a double checkout?
Darts
is a wonderful sport. It may be in vain though. Ryan's riposte is a maximum to
78.
start leg 5. These guys have both
95.
been playing Challenge Tour events this year. They haven't played too many. In fact, Ryan Finesse just played a couple of days
60.
in January. He didn't pick up a win. He lost to the likes of Andy Jenkins, Conor Heenahan, Kurt Parry, Pete Burgoyne.
59.
Didn't show his best darts there. But Sam Cankett played a little bit more over those couple of days in late January. And he did pick up
35.
5 wins.
Ran you a car 167.
One of those against Michael Barnard. Did beat a certain
45.
Rodriguez as well. And whatever Rodriguez it is, it's a good win. Well, that one was against Roxy James, the most senior Rodriguez.
134. Ran you a car
That
122.
was a few months ago now.
Oh, 52.
Well, there's the 2 off the end. Can he force another leg?
84. Ran you a car 70.
The only way he does so is if Ryan makes mistakes. Tops.
Game shot on the
No
match.
mistake
Ryan
here.
Furness.
And he only made one error in that whole match, which was missing a double 19 for the match in the previous leg for the 4-0 win. Sam Cankett does average slightly better than his first game. He gets his first leg, but he's still searching for his first win as Ryan Finesse joins Simon Stevenson in the table on 4 points. 2 rounds are over, and we will see a very interesting game next as father and son clash in Game 7 with James taking on Josh right after this. Hello and welcome back to Game 7 of today's Online Darts Live League in Group C. And I think it's fair to say that when James Richardson was promoted to Group C from Group A, this game was always going to stand out. Father against son, James against Josh. This does not happen very often. But we have an even split of points here. There you see 2 players on 4, 2 players on 2, and 2 players on 0. But the 2 players on 2 points will now do
First
battle.
leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, this doesn't happen very often. To see either siblings, relatives, or even father and son, or mother and daughter going to battle, because, of course, mother and daughter is possible. Lisa Ashton has got 2 daughters that play darts.
131.
You just wonder, though, if Josh is going to feel the wrath after James lost that match to Simon Stevenson
140.
with a somewhat climactic end. James will not be pleased that he lost that match. He shouldn't have lost it.
100.
Ended up missing 4 match darts.
100.
Started pretty well, this one. Obviously, they're comfortable playing each other. And there's more evidence of it.
140. Joshua
Both on a very manageable finish after 9. And it could be finished.
86.
Over to you, James.
James, you require 130.
Can you get a shot at the bull or double 5? It's the bull.
105.
It isn't the bull.
Joshua require 35.
Advantage, Josh. Ooh, double 9.
17. James, you require 25.
Christmas present to open on 17 double 4.
21.
He was
Joshua
hitting that
require
earlier,
18.
and he's starting to miss it now. It's costing him legs. You can see him in the background. He does not want to lose this game. Double 4 for Junior.
Game shot
And
on the
he
first
hits
leg. Josh
what his
Richardson.
dad missed. Interesting times ahead, because it's all about where they stand after 2 days. This game is just about bragging rights right now,
Make
and
James
the
to
2
throw
points.
First. Game on.
They have played each other 3 times in the Live League previously, and in other tournaments.
95.
Many, many times. But in the Live League, James has won 2 and Josh has won 1. But the most noteworthy thing is that in one of their meetings last year, James hit a 9
81.
darter. I've seen quite a few 9 darters here at the Live League.
60.
Martin Adams has got 1, Colin Osborne's got 1, and James has got 1.
140.
There have been more from some other players, but we haven't had one this year yet.
180.
James is one of the biggest candidates for getting one. And the week is yet young, so maybe this could be the week where
40.
he dips his bread with 9 perfect darts.
134.
He's starting to click into place. And this one could well go 4 legs to 3. 2 of their previous meetings have gone that distance. And when it does go the
James require
distance,
32.
James wins.
Game shot on the
13
second leg.
darter
James Richardson.
To respond to missing doubles in leg 1. Game on, as they say, because Josh has the darts in leg 3.
Third leg, Josh to throw first. Game on.
I'd like to say a big hello to all of our viewers
100.
on Sporty Stuff TV today. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you're able to join us a little bit later on tonight for some
140.
late action. with the likes of Andy Hamilton joining us later, one of the best players the PDC has ever created.
100.
Kieran will be back with Scott Marsh. Paul Hogan and Daryl Pilgrim will also grace us with their presence.
140.
This is a good performance from James.
40.
The average is high, let's put it that way. But we're only 2 legs in. I don't want to get carried away.
140.
Neither does James, because he could stick in this average and still lose. Just spare a thought for Carolyn Richardson right now, who has to watch her husband and her son battling
James
it out.
81.
It's the bullseye again.
56.
Doesn't
Joshua
find
Parr,
it.
126.
And this is very manageable. Difficult is the word. With a dart in the way of the 57 bed, which he needs. Boy, that was good. Not again.
101.
James was thinking, if people still
25.
think they can take these legs on the bullseye checkouts, I might be cursed. Double 4.
23.
He's missing
Joshua
doubles,
Parr, 25.
which he didn't miss earlier on today. It's not going to do his confidence a great deal of good, as Josh goes for double 8 and a 2-1 lead.
Nine.
Didn't quite get
James
there.
will require 2.
James
shot
gets
on the
there.
third leg. James Richardson.
Perfectly crafted. They always say with double 1 that you want to have 1 up and 1 in, but 2 above and 1 in is also good enough.
Fourth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
A vital break of throw on double 1. There is nothing wrong with his proximity to that treble 20.
180.
If he could sort his doubles out, he'd be playing at a premium level. But he's still averaging 102. Even with all of those missed darts at double, he's missed 8 of them. That expresses just how good his scoring has been.
40.
121. The throws of these two. James has got a very compact throw, flings that dart quite early, whereas
64.
Josh tends to push the dart with a slightly later release. There's a bit more shoulder involved. Just look at that right shoulder, just jumping up now and again.
60.
I suppose with that action, you've got a bit of a tendency to drop low.
100.
See, James is bringing that dart all the way back to his right cheek, and he's throwing it from that point. There's no 1 or 2 inch going forward, then release. He's throwing it immediately
100.
from the back
James
point.
Power 117.
It's a very early release.
$57.
For an immediate
Joshua
break back,
80.
it's the equivalent of 2 double tops. And did he go for them?
Game shot on the fourth leg. Josh Richardson.
Well, if he did, it was pretty courageous. But the fact of the matter is, if you go for 2 singles, then tops, that in itself is kind of smart.
Like Josh to throw first. Game on.
Because can you imagine if you've got 80 points left and you go for the 60 and you pull it low and left and you get a 5 and you think, oh, all I've got now is 25 and bull. Or going for a treble for double 12. But if you do go for 2 fat 20s, you're trying to guarantee that you've got a shot at that double top. That, to me, makes a lot of sense. 12 between them in the averages so far, but nothing in the leg count.
140.
You can have the most 180s. You can have the biggest average. But if the scores are tied, it doesn't matter.
100.
I like the respect there between the two opponents. Even when Josh accidentally dropped his flight, he still apologised. Doesn't matter whether he's known his father for 24 years. That's just good darts etiquette.
140.
Which to me is a mark of how good James has been as a dad. Because he's obviously taught him well.
140. Joshua Khan 164.
140 is the score he wants now.
100. James Khan 121.
For a bullseye check out of his own. He needed the 51 first.
62. Joshua Khan 64.
This is very close. Could come down to shots like this.
Game shot on
He's
the
not
fifth
missing
leg.
it this
Josh
time.
Richardson.
Had a chance to take double eight with 2 darts earlier. But this perfect 2.64 gives Josh the lead.
Sixth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
After his first win of the day,
100.
averaging 85 and 50% on the outer ring, I thought James Richardson was going to go bananas today. But he has been halted
140.
by the brilliance of Stevenson. And now his own son is stopping him in his tracks.
180.
But he's responding the best way he knows how. He's lost too many games this week that he should have won.
58.
That must stop today. Boy, does he make this game look easy sometimes. 2 180s in less than 30 seconds.
133.
The sheer
James
refusal
41.
of Richardson to give in is incredible.
Game shot on
That's
the
a 12
sixth leg.
darter in no
James
time at all.
Richardson.
One of the best legs of the week. In fact, we've only had one leg all week better than that. And that came from Ryan Murray, who found a 10 yesterday.
7 the final leg. Josh to throw first. Game on.
One leg shootout then for the third time today.
180.
And we've had plenty of maximums in this match, haven't we? I make that 5.
60.
4 for James, 1 for Josh.
Look at this.
Not another game that Richardson is going to see slipping by 4 legs to 3 when he has played arguably the better of the two.
$81.
There are only 2 spots available in the weekly finals. If it's going to be both the Richardsons,
100.
they're both going to have to get a move on over the course of the next day and a half.
52.
But it may be James that needs more than Josh. Oh boy, that's his 5th maximum.
48.
Now Josh, can you finish James off? Oh, he has as well. It's a brilliant, brilliant 2-darter in the end. Found with the 3rd darter. But father and son embrace. But it's another game that James Richardson loses by 4 legs to 3. And he's lost with an average of 103. 5 maximums as well. But ultimately, the checkouts of only 25% have cost him at times in that match. But perfectly timed checkouts for his son Josh have got him over the line. And on to 4 points from a possible 6. We're going to have our middle match of the day next, where Sam Cankett and Ryan Murray will do a duel, and one of them is going to get their first points of the day. We'll be right back with that. have now arrived at game number 8 of the Group C action for Thursday morning, and someone is about to stop the rot. There is a possibility this could be a bit of a scrap between Cankett and Murray, so let's get down to the board to see what they can deliver in their third match of the day. Both at the foot of the table, as we see Josh Richardson go to third position on 4 points now, only behind the other two on leg difference. They have a game in hand which is against each other next.
Game on.
But this one signifies an opportunity for Muzzlightyear and Super Sam to get on the board points-wise.
55.
So far today, Ryan has lost to Ryan Finesse by 4 legs to 1. And after that,
100.
4 legs to 3 to Josh Richardson in a somewhat scrappy affair. But in that second game, he started to find a better proximity
100.
to that treble 20 bed. As for Cankett, started with a 4-0 loss to
77.
James Richardson, and then finally got his first leg against Ryan Finesse in somewhat brilliant fashion.
122.
20, double 18, double top. He'll be looking for more of that coming up.
81.
But he must find some consistency around that treble 20 bed to give himself some chances. Otherwise, this experienced
72.
player at both WDF and PDC level will gobble him up. Ryan's had a good season so far.
59. Round new car.
Making a semi-final and a final in premium events on the WDF Tour this year.
92.
We can talk about what people have done years ago, representing their country, like Sam has. But form, for me, is all about the last 3 months. Double top. Double 15.
30. Samuel Quar 44.
Motown. Or the equivalent of.
And
maybe Sam Cankett just needs to get some shots down at that double 16 bed. We've seen a couple of approaches for him which suggest that that's his favourite.
Second leg Sam to throw first. Game on.
That's the first shot I've seen him at double 16 all game. So there you go.
58.
First shot at it, first hit, and the first time he's led a match today.
100.
Whoever loses is going to be bottom of the table after round 3. Not the ideal start.
97.
But someone's going to get their campaign started.
$60.
You just look at the facial expressions of Ryan Murray and you just question whether he's a bit too
93.
frustrated with what's going on. He's definitely not playing his best stuff. And he may be in a portion of the day
80.
where he's trying to just let things happen and he's trying to figure out what's going wrong. Too often I've seen dart players who know they're not playing their
96.
best, but they don't pay any attention to what they're doing. They just magically think that things are going to change. In order to
55.
figure it out, you need to keep
Samuel
throwing
Quar
and figure out what
157.
is happening. And if you can't figure it out, ask for help. Maybe somebody else in the
57.
practice room can help you. Not that your opponents in this practice room are going to help you because you're an opponent.
60. Samuel Quar 100.
You wouldn't expect a double 16 shot here. But maybe I was wrong. And look at that. Double 16 is his favourite. Was that the right play? With his opponent on 146, I believe it was. Doesn't really matter. He's now 2-0
Ryan to throw first. Game on.
He's going to be a more potent threat later in the day if he
100.
finds a win here, that's for sure. He has remaining matches after this against Simon Stevenson, and then he will close the day in Group C against Josh Richardson. And at that
51.
point, we will know who's in striking distance for the top 2 spots going into Friday. For a short period
55.
on Wednesday, Ryan Murray was in with a good shout of making the top spot or even the top 3
43.
in Group A over the last day or two. But unfortunately, a poor end to the group meant he was bottom of the table.
60.
And that doesn't do anything for your confidence at all.
121.
I'm starting to see Sam Cankett getting a bit of confidence here. Those hits at double 16 have done him the world of good. And this is his best performance so far.
44.
Not just because he's 2-0 up, but his average is at 83 now. And game on game, he's gradually improving. Started with an 80, 82 in his last game. This one's getting a bit bigger. By the time he plays Josh Richardson in match 15,
55.
he might be averaging 90. But look at all of the darts that he's throwing.
96.
And notice how many of them are going low. I'm going to say it again,
38.
even though I probably shouldn't.
Samuel
I don't
Kwan,
expect him to
94.
get a shot at double 16 here. And he's not going to.
54. Ryan Uwakwa,
He's decided to leave tops this
149.
time, which was exactly the right play. That leaves 92. He's not going to get a shot at double 16 himself.
93. Samuel Kwan,
So for
40.
3-0 and 2 breaks of throw,
Game shot on the third
he's
leg.
hitting everything
Sam Cankett.
when it comes to the outer ring in this match. He might not be scoring tremendously well, but 3 out of 3 on the doubles. Tip my
Fourth
hat.
leg Sam to throw first. Game on.
That deserves everybody of respect.
95.
Only one time this week have we seen a perfect doubling performance. And that was from Scott Marsh in match 2 on Tuesday.
50.
Cankett looks as eager to get to the oche now as he has done all morning. We're approaching midday here in the UK.
58.
At the halfway point of today's action.
100. 93.
Nice double switch there from Cankett, who gets himself roughly 100 ahead. Causing all sorts of bother for Murray, who stands on the
100.
table currently in 5th position. That will change if he loses this game. His leg difference will suffer massively if
58.
he loses this leg. And
95.
he hates that last dart, even though it does leave a finish. He's finding himself in that treble 5 way too often. Tremendous 121. Bad second dart, but the other 2 were very handy. And there it is again, that treble 5. He's getting the weight of the dart right, but the line is being lost.
40. Samuel Kwan, 76.
I'll emphasize it again. He hasn't missed a double. And he's got a match double.
56.
This
Ryan
time,
Uwakwa, 116.
It's short by a good inch. Ooh, shot at tops for Ryan.
Game
And
shot
a
on the fourth
superb
leg.
out as well.
Ryan Murray.
Refusing to be losing this one by 4 legs to 0. That second dart was maybe the best dart he's thrown all day long.
This leg Ryan to throw first. Game on.
We have seen games this week where someone has been 3-0 up,
100.
had a match shot or match shots, And they've ended up losing or winning by 4 legs to 3, making it really exciting. Sam does not want to go down that route. He just wants to get this done.
123.
But I sense the shackles are off Ryan Murray now, and he feels that there's no pressure on him. And there's a maximum for Sam Cankett. Starting to grow in confidence on the inner ring now.
100.
And his approach to the hockey's getting quicker. But every now and again he's got that dart that wafts in the air.
80.
It happened twice. And that dart on the floor has cost him.
84. Samuel Carr, 116.
But he's looking to do exactly what Ryan's just done. He doesn't get anywhere close to the 60 that
24.
he required.
Ryan Uruguay, 94.
And he's come up way short there. That leaves 83. That was a good 1.5 inches left of its target.
38.
And what does Cankett do from the 90-plus shot? 87 remain with 2. And he gets another match start.
74.
And he's missed 2 shots in 2 different legs.
56.
Got to get the single first. Oh, and he's at double 11.
30. Samuel Carr, 18.
Double 9. Double 4. And that's the game. It's not in the middle, but Sam gets his first win here in Group C, and he gets himself off the bottom of the table. It's an improved performance from his first 2 games in Group C, but Ryan Murray's got a lot to think about before he starts in round 4. The checkouts were perfect after 3 legs for Sam Cankett, but eventually 57% will have to do. That's still very good indeed. Simon Stevenson and Ryan Finesse will now take to the hockey in their 3rd match of the day, and so far so good for them because they've both won both of their matches. That's coming right up. Hello and welcome back. After that win for Sam Cankett in match number 8, we now go to the other end of the table where we see Simon Stevenson and Ryan Finesse doing battle to see who remains undefeated in Group C. Finesse at the top on leg difference by 3, as you can see in the column labelled diff. That signifies leg difference.
First leg, Simon to throw first. Game on.
Simon's day so far has included a double over the Richardsons, beating Josh by 4 legs to 2, and then his father by 4 legs to 3, with the most incredible finish of the week so far.
139.
He is definitely someone not to be trifled with today. Growing in confidence day by day.
100.
But every time Ryan Finesse comes here, he's always confident. And today he's proving that once again.
41.
Having said that, I was looking into the statistics for Ryan's Live League career.
137.
To what he's done this year so far. And there are some differences. It says to me that maybe Ryan was playing better in 2021 than he has done so far in 2022. A running average before today started in 2022 of 84.6. But last year it was 88.5, so a good 4-point loss so far this year. So maybe it's about time that Ryan just upped that a little bit.
100.
The doubles are the same.
164.
They're down by about 4%. Just marginally misses that 54 for a shot at the biggest
96.
checkout of
Simon
the day.
96.
And the second biggest of the week. But Stevenson is not missing much at the minute.
Game shot on the first leg.
And that's a 14-dart start for someone who was buzzing around that room like no other time this week.
Second leg, Ryan to throw first.
And he is a dangerous player, believe me. Why don't you ask James Richardson, Josh from today, ask Scott Marsh, ask Matthew Dennant. They're the 4 people he's beaten
99.
in a row from yesterday and today. When he beat Matthew Dennant,
84.
he did so in a very tight contest. He beat Scott Marsh by 4 legs to 2. In fact, the last person to beat him was Kieran Teen in match 8 yesterday.
134.
So he's on a 4-match stretch of winning. The best streak we've seen this week
100.
came from the Group A winner. He won 7 straight. And previously in Group C history, we have seen somebody win all 10 games. That was Kevin Finesse last year. He got all 20 points. A very impressive displayer.
54. Simon O'Carr, 134.
He's on for the 2-0. And yet again, Ryan Finesse has got to find a 160-plus checkout.
43. Ryan
Just
O'Carr,
makes things a bit more difficult when he comes back. Or should I say if.
$140. Simon O'Carr, 91.
To leave 27. It's going to be 1 tops, isn't it?
71.
That
Ryan
one must have
O'Carr,
come out of his hand
27.
either very late or very wrong. Double 10.
7.
And they're the
Simon
shots you can't
O'Carr,
miss.
20.
Stevenson's going to break him now on double 10. maybe not.
Game
He
shot
breaks
on
him
the
on
second
double
leg,
five
Simon
instead.
Stevenson.
And no matter what Simon Stevenson does at the minute, it seems to be working. When he misses, so does his opponent.
Third leg, Simon to throw first. Game on. $100.
He's not been putting in massive averages this week, Simon Stevenson, that's for sure. But then again, he's not noted for those
60.
105 pluses. That's not how he plays the game. He's got somewhat heavy tungsten there. He's not noted as a massive 180 hitter. He strikes me as a more
41.
old school player. Lots of tons. Sticking a lot of 140s there and good at the 2-dart checkouts. That's the way people
59.
used to win world titles. But nowadays, the game is very different. If you want to contend for a world title now, you need to be having a front nine. And by front nine, I mean the first 9 darts of the leg, averaging about 110 to 112 all the time.
40.
I have seen someone averaging the first 9 139 in a European Tour event. That was Dave Chisnell, and I still talk about
100.
that most weeks because it's plainly ridiculous. But
85.
the thought
Simon
of 3-0
Duval,
for Simon is
126.
very real. Very real. Shouldn't go for it. Big 10.
86.
Lovely thinking. And this could be the best performance of the week for Simon.
59. Simon Duval, 40.
He left tops. Decided not to go for the bullseye. For me, it was the right call. And it
Game
was
shot
the
on
right
third
call.
leg. Simon
In
Stevenson.
the battle of the undefeated players from Thursday, the person winning this battle, or should I say dominating this battle, is the man from Plymouth.
Fourth leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Simon's
42.
best average of the week so far is 94.61. He's hit the least maximums of any player
32.
this week. Again, he's got none in this match.
60.
But if he wants to better that 94.61, he'll have to do this leg in maybe 13 or 14 darts.
100.
Ryan's just taken his foot off the pedal a little bit in this one. Hasn't found that hot spot in the northern portion of the board. Averaging just under 80.
85.
A few ragged shots like that starting to creep in. And he's only had 2 shots at a double. He might only get 2 shots at a double.
140.
There you see a 93.4. That's around about 16 darts a leg-ish.
25.
And the leg difference, superiority of Ryan Furness may be damaged in this one. Currently
59.
stands at +6. Stevenson at +3. And when you take a 4-0 victory against your closest rival, you're not only doing your leg
97.
difference
Simon
some good,
Duval,
you're damaging
170.
theirs at the same time. To finish the game with a 170, you can't say no to this. Come on. Simon, go for it. Oh, there's no
130.
fans in here, but I'm going to boo him. Boo. I know it's the right thing to do, but it's the one shot
60.
you think,
Simon
oh, I should
Duval,
go for that.
40.
But it's tops for the match. Double 10.
Game
And
shot
a
on the
really
mat,
good
Simon
performance, it has
Stevenson.
to be said. Stevenson is swimming in his own pool of confidence right now. The man who was undefeated going into round 4. 75 average from Finesse. He's obviously had a game off there. He's got stuff to think about before he goes into round 4. But Stevenson is maintaining a very good level of performance with 44% on the doubles, and that 96 checkout really was a thing of beauty. We'll take a short break, but when we come back, we have more darts for you with Ryan Murray up against James Richardson. Murray needs points, and he needs them now. It's coming right up after this. Hello and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Thursday. It's been a funny old day for two of our graduates from Group A, so let's see what the next chapter holds as we see Richardson Sr. go up against Muzz Lightyear. Ryan sits at the bottom of the table where he finished in Group A. Yet to get a point here as we go into round number 4 of the matches. As you can see, all of our players have played three
Looks like
times.
it's James to throw first. Game on.
If Richardson has ambitions, which I'm sure he does, of making it through this group in the top 2, he can
140.
not afford to keep losing matches like the ones against Stevenson and his son Josh.
46.
As for Ryan Murray, he may be thinking that
100.
if he loses this match, Maybe he's not meant to make it through to Saturday's finals. Because
60.
that small window of opportunity for him to make the finals is closing very quickly.
60.
Now, these guys have played each other twice this week already. Honours even.
57.
Same as it was for James when he played Simon Stevenson a little bit earlier on in Game 5. And we know how that turned out.
130.
But when they've played each other so far in week 3, it's not been close. 4-1 to Murray on Tuesday.
60. James
4-0
71.
to James yesterday. Now, does he go 25 here? Yep. Good shout.
51.
He'll be back. I always love how James retrieves the darts out the board and almost
55.
sprints to
James
the back of the hockey.
20.
It's almost as if he's walking on hot coals. Double 5.
Game shot in the
And a
first
nice
leg,
find there for James,
Richardson.
who holds his throw in 18 darts. A really good start against an opponent who's finding it really, really tough to get some legs.
Leg Ryan to throw first. Game on. 55.
Spent a lot of time away from his family recently, has Ryan Murray. It's a difficult thing for any travelling sports
100.
person and people involved in sport to do. It's something that you have to get used to. I think there was an apology there for James. One of his darts got stuck in the board. I was told
46.
very early in my career that darts is a lonely sport. It took me quite a long time to figure out what that meant.
100.
Especially when you travel on your own. You don't go with a partner or a brother, anything like that, or a manager.
95.
Some of the best players in the world these days, you see them traveling with someone because they don't want to spend all their time on their own. Now, often
45.
when I come to things like the Lakeside or the Live League, I travel on my own. That's my choice.
138.
James Richardson predominantly travels with other people, but what he tends to do to me when I see him around and we're at the same tournament is send me pictures of what he's cooking in his hotel room.
167.
Because he takes his own cooking implements with him. How about this for an implement?
142. James
I would've
Yulkar,
perked him up a bit.
160.
As with this. Oh boy, tops.
140.
Well, if
Ryan
that went
Yulkar,
in, Ryan Murray's
25.
thinking, I just can't win this. Double 8,
Game
and
shot
he
on the
gets
second
across
leg,
the
Ryan
line
Murray.
with a 17-dart hold. That was a really good quality leg there. 2 near misses on 2 massive checkouts, but ultimately Muslike
Third leg,
takes
James
it.
to throw first. Game on.
This will signify the end of 2/3 of our
100.
action. We'll have 5 more matches after this, as everybody tries to position themselves well in the table ahead of tomorrow's
76.
final day of Group C. He really has got the knack of that 60
140.
so far today. If only he'd hit a couple more doubles, he could well be at the top of the table himself.
78. 57.
Darts is a funny old sport sometimes. I was in Germany, in Leverkusen last week, and there were some early exits for some young players on the Friday.
60.
And the first thing they did when they were defeated was buy a flight to the UK to play in development tour action. That's commitment. Flying across
100.
a continent to play in tournaments. That's the way it works these days with the busiest schedule I have ever witnessed
100.
in darts.
James Yulkar, 104.
So much going on. Double 12.
Game shot
And
on the
James
third leg.
finds a
James
ton plus
Richardson.
checkout. Not for the first time today. He didn't get a great deal of them over the last 2 days, but that one was particularly pretty.
Fourth leg Ryan to throw first. Game on.
He had one ton plus checkout for the first 2 days.
55.
He's already dipped his bread in that department so far today. But he's looking way more focused
57.
in Group C than he did in Group A. As for why that is, you'd have to ask him.
59.
But there is a school of thought here at the Online Darts Live League with Group A players knowing that they're going to get a second opportunity later in the week if they don't win the group. That doesn't happen with Group C. It doesn't happen with Group B later. This is an urgent situation if you want to be part of finals.
96.
And if you want to be part of Champions Week. If you're joining us late today and you
58.
don't know what the whole Champions Week thing is about, it's pretty simple. You play in your group. If you qualify
95.
for Saturday night, you then have to make the top 3 on that Saturday night to qualify for Champions Week. And then you have to go through all of this again in Champions Week to qualify for the Saturday night again.
43.
But that's where the big bucks are. £6,000 at the end of the Champions Week rainbow. And Murray's not giving up yet. A splendid maximum to leave double 8.
100. Ryan Newcastle 16.
This is the best game he's played today. He's obviously comfortable playing against James.
No score. James
Pinch
Newcastle 103.
opportunity here. There's the 3.
83.
Leaves double 10 just
Ryan
in
Newcastle
case
16.
Murray has more trouble.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Ryan Murray.
Now, what do I say about that first dart? Because it wasn't close and it wasn't a marker. I'm just going to say it wasn't in the double 11. So, well done,
Fifth
Ryan.
leg James to throw first. Game on.
For a moment, he'll have thought to himself, I'm so close to that double 11. Just came out of his hand wrong, obviously. But the next shot was 2 inches to the south and in the bed. So job done.
57.
You don't see many players these days wearing grey trousers.
140.
We saw some rascal trousers last week from Scott Williams, who's already qualified for Champions Week. He actually beat Peter Wright last
85.
Saturday night in a battle of the pants. Scott Williams is having a fabulous season so far, wherever he goes.
57.
But grey trousers like this, they were almost frowned upon 10 years ago.
96.
Because the rule in the PDC was, you've got to wear black trousers. Most players have stuck to that.
140.
But Ryan's thinking, I want to jazz things up a bit with my Muzz Lightyear shirt and my grey trousers. No, I'm not against that at all.
40. James Newcastle 64.
He's against going 3-2 down, which is very likely.
Game shot on the fifth
What
leg.
is it
James Richardson.
about shots at double 8 in this match, which are really close to double 11? So far, double 11 has not been hit, but double 8's been hit twice.
Sixth leg Ryan to throw first. Game on. $57.
It's been a decent standard today, without being spectacular. We have had ton plus averages the last 2 days,
60.
but nothing of that ilk so far in a winning sense. I emphasise that because we have had a ton plus
99.
losing average from James Richardson against Josh. In fact, it was his biggest average of the week, 103.33.
140.
So more proof that averages lie. Best winning average of the day.
100.
came from Josh Richardson, 93.98. That was in the same match.
91.
Does Murray take us the distance for the 4th time today?
66.
It's looking kind of unlikely because you feel something's coming from Richardson.
80.
Is that enough? It's enough to get to a manageable out.
59. Change your car 130.
For the match, he's not going to take it.
40. Brand new car 120.
This is to save it. Great second dart. Now he's got to do this Steve Smith style over the bar.
100. Change your car 90.
Double 15, first match dart. And he does find the guide, which glances that second shot into the double 15. A 4-2 victory for James. So finally, he snaps that streak of losing those 2 4-3s in a row. And he does get himself back into an aggressive position in the table. Unfortunately for Ryan, the 70-plus averages are continuing. And the likelihood of him coming through this group at this early stage is looking very unlikely. We have now got more matches to come in round number 4. It is going to be Ryan Finesse against Josh Richardson coming up straight after this break. Hello all, and welcome back as I put my tongue back in. We got more action coming from Group C here at the Online Darts Live League right now. And Josh Richardson will get back on the horse now to try and get himself up to 6 points, where we already see Simon Stevenson. It's been a very good day so far. Ryan Finesse can also get to 6 points if he can get back on the winning horse after losing to Simon Stevenson a couple of matches ago. As you can see, there are 3 players on 4 points and 1 on 6, but there are only 2 spots available.
First leg is Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Just after this point tomorrow. Now, this is not a be-all and end-all match, but the last thing you need to do is lose ground.
59.
And lose a match to someone who was trying to vie for your spot. This one could be really interesting.
81.
And at this part of the day, when you've already played 3 matches, I don't think there's any excuse to play poorly.
180.
Maybe the only excuse is that you're not in form. We have seen some good darts from these two. And I've already said that Josh has had the best winning average of the day. So for me, there is no excuse to play poorly now.
134. 85. 56.
Better start from Finesse in this one. He looked a bit lost in his previous game where he only averaged 75. The rest of the day has been a lot more
41.
promising than that. Or maybe he's ready to hit form again. We put so much pressure on these players to perform
60.
in every game.
Brand new car,
Every now and again, you just need to eke one out. You just have to battle with somebody and get more shots at double and take more shots than them.
60. Joshua Carr,
You're
170.
not going to play brilliant every single time.
$60.
So for the first leg in 6 visits, could be 17 darts.
Getting shot on the
And
first
that's
leg.
exactly what Ryan does. A really good check out of 76 there.
Second leg, Josh to throw first. Game on.
Look at the grip of Josh Richardson, and you see a lot of
40.
thumb on that dart. I just wonder how many fingers are on that dart as well. I always say the less fingers on that dart, the better, but
59.
somewhere between 2 fingers and 4 is the best. The majority of people have the thumb, the index finger,
60.
and the middle finger on the dart. There are a few people who put the 3rd finger on there as well. But then there are some players who only use the thumb and the index finger. I'm talking about Jan Dekker and Peter Manley.
140.
You've got to have ridiculous control if you're just using thumb and index finger.
77.
But for every single player, one thing rings true. And that is, keep that grip light.
140.
You do not want to be pressing hard on that dart, otherwise it will not come out right. It's what we see in the coaching game as grip pressure.
115.
And you have to grade it between 0 and 10. 10 being holding onto it as tight as you can. Every single grip pressure for me has got to be
95.
under a 5. Because if you hold it too tightly, it's going to come out late and
60.
inconsistent.
Brand new car, 67.
Now, what is Ryan Finesse doing here to Josh Richardson? He's looking at tops.
47. Joshua Carr, 149.
That's good. So was that.
117.
And that almost was.
Ran you acquire 20.
Double 10 for a 2-0 lead. Ooh, let's have a look at double 7 instead.
Six.
That first
Joshua
start at double 7
32.
really was a blocker. Two eights.
Game shot on the second leg.
Josh can count
Richardson.
himself very lucky indeed to have held his throw there. It was under so much threat from his opponent, but he wasn't able to find the double.
Third leg Ryan to throw first. Game on.
But that's the best way to get back into this match after break chances have gone by the wayside. Not noted as a darting hotbed, really, Salisbury. It was in the news, in the world news for a while, because of a certain
60.
couple of poisonings. I won't go into the politics of it. I'm sure it was pretty dangerous to be walking around Salisbury for a few days. But I do believe it's got a very beautiful cathedral there.
96.
I've only ever driven through it once or twice. In places like that you just don't think you should go to. But maybe we should. And Ryan calls it home.
140.
Well, there's the 15 off the end. Things are looking up as he has 90 left.
93. Joshua Carr 161.
Josh has had a look at some big outs today. He's taken a 145 and a 110 in the same match. It's almost as if he wasn't sure what to do with that second dart. He knew
90.
exactly what he needed
Ryan
to do with the third.
72.
That's 27 off, which leaves 45. It gives him options. But of course he's going for tops.
52. Joshua
Now
Carr
you see
71.
the angle of entry for Ryan Finesse's darts. Predominantly left to right, from point to flight. Double top.
31.
I quite like
Ryan
the way I
Carr
said that.
20.
Left to right from point to flight. Sounds like Dr. Seuss.
Game
it's a
shot on
good
the
shot.
third leg. Ryan Furness.
2-1 to Ryan Finesse in this one. And there are very small margins between these two opponents. And they're the kind of shots that you can't pass up.
Fourth leg Josh to throw first. Game on.
I wonder if Dr. Seuss wrote
100.
about darts, what he would say. Well, we've already had a darting Grinch on the Ocky and Peter Wright.
140.
He wore that memorable outfit in the 2021 championship. That was fabulous.
134.
We don't have a cat in the hat. We have had a cat, Felix McBrearty, from
42.
Northern Ireland, former PDC title winner, but he didn't wear a hat. In fact, we don't have dart players that wear hats
59.
because you're not allowed to wear them. It's part of the rules. Only reason you can wear a hat in darts is for religious reasons. Maybe you didn't know
77.
that. And by hat, I meant headwear. There are certain players that I've seen in my past who prefer to wear a cap when they play it.
60.
My old pal Mark Stevenson from North Tyneside. He always used to play local darts with a cap on.
100. Joshua Carr 148.
I mentioned he's had some big outs today, but this will be the biggest of the lot. That's a perfect dart. Double 14.
134.
You can see he's
Daniel
disappointed
Bell,
with not hitting that double
142.
14 because the previous 2 darts were so good.
$59. Josh require 14.
Now, Ryan couldn't take double 7. If this was James Richardson, he'd go 6. Got to be top left. Top left. It's got to be bold.
No score. Ryan,
Kept
you
drifting to the right,
83.
and that's why it kept snagging with the first dart. 16 for the bull to steal one away.
45.
Not
Joshua
close.
McCall, 14.
He's splitting it this time. Double 4. And a
Game
very
shot on the
good decision
foreplay.
made by Josh Richardson there. I just wonder if he's in that spot once again in this match or a future match, if he'll just do that straight away.
Fifth leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on. $61.
Things are getting tight once again, like they were with Ryan Murray against James Richardson in the previous game. But ultimately, James was too good.
60.
And just past the halfway point of this match, Finesse is averaging 81, Josh 77. So we're yet to see their A-plus game today. They can play so much better than this. Their personal bests in the Online Darts Live League tell us that story.
81.
112.2 for Josh. 106.08 for Ryan.
41.
In fact, in my opinion, it is a Josh that has been the most impressive player this year without a phase win. And that was Josh Payne.
115.
He's had some massive averages, going over 110 at least twice. But if you're talking about impressive,
60.
you have to talk about Jim McEwen winning phase 1 and Rob Owen finally getting a phase win in phase 2. Just a matter of 3 weeks
100.
ago. You'll see more of Jim McEwen in Champions Week because he's qualified
60.
via week 1.
Joshua McCall, 145.
He will be there with the likes of Chaz Barstone, Graham Usher, Stephen Burton.
87.
Is Josh about to hit the front?
$44. Joshua McCall, 58.
He's got plenty of time to do so, and this would be for a huge breakthrough. He smells this opportunity. He knows what's going on. You can see the frustration there, though.
26.
He'll come back. The chance of going through the day undefeated was scuppered for Ryan.
78.
He lost to Simon Stevenson.
Joshua McCall,
And he may
32.
be close to a second defeat.
Game shot
Now
on the
that he is
fifth leg. Josh
3-2
Richardson.
down. And that break of throw for Josh Richardson comes in leg 5. And he now has the opportunity of serving it out.
Sixth leg, Josh to throw first. Game on. $100.
Well, I've been doing a lot of work this week and statting things up in my accommodation. I've been watching a lot of Friends episodes. So I suppose Chandler Bing would say about that fifth leg,
135.
that's the first break of throw in this match. If you don't get that joke, I'm showing my age.
81.
Great job this week from Paul Hinks, our referee. Still hasn't called a 127 in game this week. I'm very disappointed.
140.
That would make my week if that happened. As well as the fact that we're still waiting for that elusive 9 darter in 2022.
43.
It will come in Field of Dreams style. If we build it,
97.
it will come. Maybe we're just building towards it. Can't take my eyes off that silhouette on Josh's shirt.
100. Ran you a car,
between
129.
Ryland from Supermarket Sweep and Carlos the Jackal.
$82.
That'll do. This time it's Ryan who gets a look for the break of throw with his opponent north of a finish.
93. Ran you a car, 47.
To take us all the way. It's tops.
27.
And an opportunity
Joshua
now to
about
finish this whole
84.
thing off. To win in round 4. To get to 6 points. It's the bull.
35.
Just a little bit indecisive
Ran you
on
a
that
car,
shot.
20.
We've seen that a couple of times in this match. And speaking
Getting shot
of
on the 6th leg. Ran
indecisive,
Finesse.
that's exactly what that wasn't. That was the opposite. Decisive is the nature for Ryan Finesse, and we're going all the way.
7th and final leg. Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Sam Cankett's had a nice little break after he got his first win against
55.
Ryan Murray. He'll return against Simon Stevenson next, who is still undefeated. But every now and again, Josh seems to stutter just before delivery. I'm not going to say that's a certain thing that I hate to talk about, but you don't like to see that. You love to see a 174 though. The Dundas. Lovely smooth 140 there from Josh. Back to back in a last leg decider. This is classy.
43.
He's got the darts. Wrestled them away from the Salisbury man in very little time. And he's using them spectacularly.
100.
But back comes Ryan. He's doing the right thing here.
137.
Going south on that
Joshua
shot.
Carr, 121.
Fine margins in this game. 121 to win it. Bullseye.
86.
2 shots he's had
Ryan, you
at that
require
centre
92.
target and missed them both outside the 25. Can Finesse polish off 87? So Richardson does come back for a 3rd consecutive break of throw in this
40.
match to win a
Joshua
really
Carr,
tight
35.
encounter where the doubles percentages are very close, the averages are very close. But the separator is the leg count, which is the one statistic that matters. And it's 6 points for Josh. It remains 4 points for Finesse. He's by no means out of things, but he is now a little bit behind some of the people at the top. Like I said, the average is very close. The checkered percentage is very close. And I suppose the only thing that separated them in the end was that final furlong as they were going for their 2 darters. We see Josh go to 6 points, and speaking of that, it is Simon Stevenson who's already there. He's up against Sam Cankett. He's coming up in a couple of moments. we are going to see the end of round 4 of our matches with the next fixture. Sam Cankett will play his 4th match against table topper Simon Stevenson, who's looking to stay perfect and get to 8 points. There he is. 6 points, like Josh Richardson, but he has this game in hand, and he has a 6-leg cushion in leg difference as well. As for Sam, in his last match he got his first win, and if he can somehow get a win here in the best of 7-leg match, he would throw a little bit of caution to the wind
First leg is
and
Sam
put himself
to throw
in with
first.
a chance of getting towards the top by the end of the day.
Game on.
Definitely looking more comfortable as the day goes on. But as the
41.
week goes on, Simon is turning into a very different beast. It's the first time for him playing in the live league this year.
60.
And when he first graced us with his presence in Phase 1, he played in Week 2. And he made the Saturday
100.
finals, but didn't make Champions Week because he wasn't able to get out of his group on Saturday night. Just so you know, on Saturday night, we will have 6 players.
41.
And they will be split in 2 into 2 3-person groups. They will play 2 matches each. And
98.
whoever is in the top 2 progress to the semi-finals. And then it's a knockout after that to see who makes the final. Then there will be a playoff
58.
to see who gets 3rd position, because 3rd goes through to Champions Week. 4th place is eliminated. That's where things get really interesting.
140.
Don't miss that. Saturday night from 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV Live. We'll go all the way through to about 1:30 in the morning to see who
45.
wins
Samuel
week
Carr,
3
122.
of Phase 3. Should be the bull here.
65.
We've already seen today that Sam prefers double 16 to tops.
$100. Samuel Carr, 57.
Now, what does he think of tops this time? Let's find out. Double 10.
37.
When I see his darts go in the board, they remind me of someone who played here last week. Our good friend Lee Cox. With the
43.
impeccable hair.
Samuel Carr, 20.
Slow start here for Simon. And a
Game
winning
shot on the
start for
first
Sam
leg, Sam
Cankett.
Cankett.
So, 7 visits in that first leg is good enough. But if Simon gets his act together, I don't think 7 visits is going to be enough.
Something like Simon to throw first. Game on.
You wouldn't sense that 7 visits is going to be enough in this match. Simon's been playing at a higher level than that
60.
today. First game averaged 81. Won 4 legs to 2. Bit of a scruffy affair. After that, a 92.
43.
Almost a 93 in beating James Richardson. That was a bit of a steal, with some excellence at the end. And then 91 in beating Ryan Finesse by 4 legs to 0.
62.
That was just consistently good. And based on that evidence, you wouldn't expect Simon to struggle in this match.
100.
But he is playing his 3rd day in a row. And at which point does a player playing every day start to feel a little bit jaded?
140.
Not right now. Look at me trying to poke holes in people's performance.
43.
The way they prepare, the way they hydrate themselves. Everything that leads to the point of competition
59.
can help or hinder. For me, the more you play this format, the easier it gets day on day, because you get darts
140.
fitter. What I mean by that is your mind gets sharper for long periods of time. Your arm gets used to playing longer sessions.
60.
Done that myself. Playing in the live league in 2020 and going to Q schools. The longer the days you play,
55.
the fitter
Simon
you get.
Yokar 120.
20 for tops. Oh, don't do that.
No score.
Don't do
Simon
that.
Yokar 120.
I'll tell you what, Sam. Don't you do that. Oh, how has that gone in?
100. Simon Yokar
I would love to have
120.
seen that 60 in slow motion. I've got no idea how that got in. Go high. Go high. Great 20. So he's
Game shot on
taken
the second leg.
120
Simon
out
Stevenson.
in 6 darts, but technically he's hit it twice. That's one of those strange anomalies of the game.
Third leg, Sam to throw first.
First
Game
time
on.
you bust it, second time you take it. Well done, Simon. Well done.
85.
Sam Cankett is obviously a good player. Seen some statistics from him in the Challenge Tour this year. Some good averages in there. In fact, for every Challenge
58.
Tour game he's played this year, of which he's played 10, he's averaging 87.67, which is decent. But he has got the odd wild dart in
100.
there. You may see the odd wild dart from
100.
Simon early in a week, but as the week progresses, he's tightened everything up, even with that stunted follow through, which if you watch it and then you try it yourself, you think,
45.
how does he do that? Watch this. Stop. Just through midair, and the wrist comes in. Stop. Just like that.
99.
Someone said to me yesterday, after watching Simon Stevenson, it was my good friend Daniel from Denmark, actually, who writes a lot of good stuff online and knows more about Danish darts than anybody I know.
41.
He said, as a darts coach, would you convince Simon Stevenson to stop doing that? To try and get that follow through with a more fluid, straight arm follow through?
59.
Or would you just leave it as it is? And I said, Simon's 50 years of age and he knows nothing about following through in a different way.
100.
And he's a very good player, so why change? But if he was a bit younger, I would encourage this follow through to maybe elongate a little bit and have a bit less wrist in it.
130.
But
Sam
you can't
Yokar,
teach an old dog new
130.
tricks. Well, maybe you can. But when you're playing like Simon is right now,
58.
don't
Simon
change a winning
Yokar,
formula.
55.
That's what I'm trying to get at. Oh boy, that's 25 left. He's doing everything the more entertaining way today. Double 8.
47.
That could be costly.
Samuel Yokar, 72.
Single 16 leaves tops.
52.
And if he does
Simon
miss that
Yokar,
bet,
8.
it's always low. Go low. Go high. Go
Game
in.
shot on the third leg.
Great
Simon
shot from
Stevenson.
Simon. Great double one. They're really tough to hit, those shots, when your opponent is ready to take the leg away from you.
Fourth leg, Simon to throw first. Game on. $99.
Doesn't matter what the equation is, it seems like Professor Stevenson has the answer. No points on
100.
Tuesday. I have to emphasize this. No points, no wins. Statistically, he played worse yesterday and got 8 points.
85.
If he wins this match, he's already got 8 points with 1 match to go. He's going to finish up against Ryan Murray in match
81.
14, and he has not won a match today. So it could be a perfect day for Simon Stevenson if he keeps going in this manner.
100. 55.
The average for Cankett is starting to drop. But miraculously, a 71 average for Stevenson is enough right now.
57.
I think we're starting to see a tired performance from the Mirror Man.
$57. Simon, you require 160.
This would juice this puppy up a little. Not juicy enough.
140.
But a lovely leave. Should be a maximum attempt.
140. Simon, you
left double
require
14.
20.
Had he found that third 60? But the
Game
double
shot on
10
the
is
fourth leg. Simon
it's
Stevenson.
found, but it was really close to double 15, wasn't it? He's had a few darts that have been doubtful in the air, but it does find the target.
Fifth leg, Simon to throw first. Game on.
It almost reminds me of the first game I ever played after I won the 2010 Players
59.
Championship Finals. I went to Benidorm and I played GNR Tut in a Players Championship, and he beat me in the first round. He played really well. He hit the winning double of double 10, and by the time he turned around to
100.
shake my hand, the dart fell out the board. So then he had to replay another leg because I took out a shot, and he ended up winning the match anyway.
40.
But I thought it was hilarious that his winning dart fell out of the board. That tournament was won that day by Dennis Ovens.
100.
The Heat, Dennis Ovens. What a player. What a funny man.
$82.
I do believe the following day was won by Colin Lloyd, if I remember rightly. Old school players. Players who aren't playing anymore.
180.
And maybe gracing the seniors potentially. And that is something that Simon Stevenson can possibly do in his future because he's 50 now.
97. Simon Newcar 100.
But his future is all about getting 2 more points.
$57.
At times in this match, he has been under pressure. But he always seems to have the answer. Whether it's a game where his opponent is averaging mid-90s or mid-70s.
115.
doing
Simon
just
Newcar
enough.
64.
Double 16. And
Game
he's
shot
won
on the
another
mat,
one.
Simon Stevenson.
He's already got the points that he got yesterday. But this is a different group and he can still find more. There you see the averages are not brilliant. But Stevenson is just taking one game at a time and finishing his opponents off when he gets the opportunity. Only one match dart needed once again. That's the end of round 4. And as we go into the final furlong of the day, it's Furness who will play against James Richardson to finish their campaign for Thursday. That'll be right here after this. Hello and welcome back, as I was just checking the league table to see where everybody was standing. And these guys know exactly where they stand as they go into their last match of the day. 6 points is the top of the tree for Ryan Finesse and James Richardson. There you see, 4 points for Richardson, 4 for Finesse. They will go and do battle now to see who can join Josh Richardson, who has the possibility of getting to 8 points when he plays Sam Cankett in match 15, but it may be obsolete as Simon Stevenson is the only person who can make a perfect 10 today. Our next match will take place
like Ryan to throw
in
first.
the next few moments when we can switch our camera on into the board. So you get sick of my face and then you look at this one right here. There we go. Don't dance, Ryan. You'll go viral. You don't want to look at me either, because you want to watch the darts, don't you? Well, let's talk about darts anyway. James Richardson's had a really good day today, but he has lost matches that he shouldn't have lost. As far as Ryan Finesse is concerned, he started well, but the last couple of matches haven't gone his way. Cankett has his first win in the bank. Ryan Murray has not got any wins yet, but still has one match available to do that against Stevenson next. But Richardson will not be happy if he walks away with only 4 points. If he gets the 6, he will be in striking distance of the top 2 tomorrow. But 4 just makes it so much harder. Finesse will feel exactly the same.
First leg is Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Has anybody said the words game on better than Paul Hinks in darts future and past and present?
139.
It's like it's one word. You on. You got to be noted for things in sport, haven't you?
96.
I often think when I retire what my legacy's going to be.
$140.
Now, has Ryan Finesse changed his darts? Has he gone to an older set? Just to freshen things up a bit.
83.
He might just be breaking in the newer set from earlier, which seemed to have a lot more coating on them than these ones. Well, the change is working.
177.
This is his best scoring leg of the match and of the day. Of the match. What am I talking about? It's the first leg of the contest. Double top.
25.
James can't steal this one from 226, that's for sure.
$56.
Never released the 170. That is a tactic of his. He doesn't go searching for trebles in those spots. And Ryan does find the first leg in 15. So things have changed over the last couple of games that he's played. He's not had a great deal of success, but that was a lot better.
Second leg, James to throw first. Game on.
He hasn't had a great deal of time
60.
to put things right between losing to James's son and now.
134.
Everybody was seeking to do what Simon has done today in beating both Richardsons, but
96.
I don't think there's going to be many people to do that this week. Two very handy players from Northants. But so far in this one, that treble 20 is being battered by the lad from Salisbury.
140. 57.
Yeah, this time it's the 170 left by Ryan. We haven't had one since match 2 of day 1 this week.
100. Ran your car 170.
Scott Marsh got that. You'll see more of Scott Marsh tonight.
55. James Rukar 105.
Now, he does like to go this route. And it's 1 dart for tops.
65.
Because if he got the
Round
25, he was going to go for 2
115.
double tops. 96 with 2. That treble 20 is just on the end of a string for him.
79. James, you require 40.
Unfortunately, he can't find the ton plus out. And Richardson is back for tops.
Game shot on the
And it's a
second
shot
leg.
he
James
takes.
Richardson.
With the last dart, he was about this far away from going 2-0 down. And Ryan Finesse is
Third leg
kissing
Ryan to
that
throw first.
second
Game
leg
on.
goodbye. Definitely likes the black and
40.
white, doesn't he, Ryan Finesse? Black darts, white stems, black and white flights, all black. Gary Player style with the outfit.
60.
On Tuesday, when James was here, he was wearing his Darts for Heroes shirt. I think it's the newest version of it. And it had more colours than Peter Wright's underwear.
$81.
Every summer they hold a Darts for Heroes tournament in Northampton. I wonder if they're going to be running that this year. I'll have to ask
45.
James and his friends if they are. Always well supported by people in that area. And my good friend Steve West always likes to go to that.
140.
But there's a look in the eyes of Richardson as if to say, I'm not leaving this place without 6 points.
121.
I think the right word to describe James is a word I've used to describe
60.
Robert
Ranulov
Thornton in the past, the World
155.
Seniors champion. Dogged. Look at him in the background.
139.
It's as if
James
somebody
Lockhart,
is trying to
160.
steal a pie off his windowsill. He just looks so cheesed off.
140. Ranulov 16.
Some players do play when they're a bit more cheesed off. Gary
Game
Anderson's
shot
one
on
of
the third
those.
leg.
But Ryan Furness is very much not cheesed off. He's 2-1 up, and this is a very good quality game so far.
Fourth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
Does anybody put pies on windowsills anymore? Or is that just an American thing that they do in the country?
95.
I only learned recently why people actually do that. Because when you make fruit pies,
45.
the filling is so hot that if you eat it straight away, it will melt your mouth. It's positively volcanic.
60.
So leave it on the windowsill with a hole in it, so it creates a nice, cool interior. Anyway, there's a little bit of Baker's Corner for the Online Darts Live League today.
85.
Bet you didn't expect that. Richardson wasn't expecting to lose that game
100.
against Simon Stevenson, I can tell you that is a fact. Sitting on double 8 after 12 darts, and his opponent hits a 177
54.
to leave 124, and he takes it on the bull. That's what we call
140.
very rude, but very brilliant. Speaking of brilliant, that's what this leg has been.
$58.
No chance for Finesse. He was only at the halfway point of the leg after 12.
99. James
Really in range here. And he'll expect this game to be 2-2.
32.
I don't understand why Richardson's
138.
changing tactic from tops to 16s. I'm going to have to ask him. Because he's been so good on tops. And he's been decent
94.
on 10s as
James
well in
Lockhart,
all the time
16.
I've been watching him. Double 4.
8.
That
Ranu
could
Aqua,
be really
44.
costly. This was his leg every day of the week.
24.
And it might
James,
still
you
be.
require 8.
That was a gilt-edged opportunity for Ryan Finesse.
No score.
Oh,
Ryan,
has
you
not
require
one of those
20.
gone in to that double 4. It's not his game. Double 7 again.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
it's
leg.
just salt
Ryan
in the
Finesse.
wound. It's positively acidic in the wound because that leg should have gone to Richardson and he's just seen his opponent hit 6 double 7.
Fifth leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on. $60.
Big weight difference in the darts used by these two. 25 grams for James Richardson, 20.
55.
Or possibly just under that for Ryan, who's using a set of darts that are a little bit used. So they may have lost a half a gram or
100.
a gram maybe over time. Tungsten is very durable, but it's not infallible. It does chip away every now and
100.
again when you're bashing them together like dart players do. There's that bashing again, but it doesn't stay in the board.
80.
Very unfortunate. Oh, beautiful switch there
134.
from James. 60 was finished with. So utilise another section of the board to bank some points, and that was really good thinking. Because now he's 180
60.
away from a double. Is he going to leave it?
180.
Of course he is. He was like Tyrone from Snatch. Of course I am.
95. James require 32.
Double 16. That one's further away.
16. Ryan, you require
Finesse can win this
106.
now and put himself on 6 points. Does he stay there?
$58.
He's been
James
a magnet
requires
to that
16.
6 section at times today. Double 8. Richardson can't miss again.
No score. Ryan, you require
And those
48.
doubles have cost him hugely in Group C. Double 16 for Finesse.
32.
He's missed
James, you require
multiple
16.
match darts now. Still that double 8 eludes him. But the
Game
double
shot on the
4
fifth
comes
leg.
up
James
trumps.
Richardson.
He had that double easily earlier in the day. It's gone missing for a while, but it's back.
Six leg James to throw first. Game on. $100.
Judging by the standard of this game, if Richardson wants to win it,
100.
2 15 darters would be good enough. But 19 missed
44.
darts in this game alone tells its own story. Ryan himself's missed 10. You'd not be happy with that.
100.
But you'd be very happy with that first maximum of the match for Ryan.
100.
James will be livid with his doubles performance today. It started really well against Sam Cankett with 50% in a 4-0 win.
57.
But as the day has gone on, it has got gradually worse. Apart from the Ryan Murray game where it was
83.
44%,
Ryan
that
Newcastle
was pretty good.
164.
But 3 games where it's been really, really under par. And this is the worst of the lot.
60.
134.
134.
Said the crystal
Ryan
ball.
Newcastle 104.
Is it another match dart? No.
45.
Richardson
James
to take us
Newcastle
all the
40.
way. Can't miss.
No score.
but does miss.
Ryan Uwakar 59.
Unbelievable. Double top for him. Double 10. And he's now missed 4 for the match.
40.
Double 10 for Richardson with the step to the left.
20.
And nothing
Ryan
is
Uwakar
working on
10.
the outer ring for Ruthless. He is
Eighth
going
shot of
to
the
be
match, Ryan Finesse.
beside himself at the end of that one. He's got a little smile on his face because he's a very nice bloke. But the fact of the matter is, he's missed 25 darts at double in that match. He will be devastated. But Finesse will be thinking that is a bit of a bonus as he goes into Friday's action in Group C with 6 points. And Richardson will finish with 4. Ryan Murray's going to take on Simon Stevenson for one last chance to get some points from Friday. And if he doesn't, he's going to be cast aside by the person who will possibly get the perfect date. That's coming right up. Two players now at the opposite ends of the scale in our Group C table. And it may be slight consolation for Ryan Murray if he is to win this game. But Simon Stevenson definitely wants a 5th win of the day. He's still at the top on points, and that gap could be 4 points by the end of the day. If he wins and Josh Richardson loses to Sam Cankett in our final game of Thursday morning.
First leg is Simon to throw
Thursday
first.
afternoon.
Game on.
A big thank you to everybody tuning in on Sporty Stuff TV today who has joined us over the last 4.5 hours. We've got 2 more matches for your entertainment, and we've still got plenty coming tonight. 10 matches.
136.
Including 5 players who I will list now. Scott Marsh, Kieran Tian of Cork, and you've got Andy Hamilton, Paul Hogan, and Daryl Pilgrim as well. Plenty to discuss when that comes around. And I will be live on Sporty Stuff TV from 8:30 to talk about tonight's best picks. If you have been having a flutter today, please remember to gamble responsibly.
95.
Over 18s only, remember, and begambleaware.org for more information on that one. If you had a little
58.
flutter on Simon Stevenson this morning, you might be sitting pretty. Not so for Ryan Murray, who is at the bottom of the table. Maybe feeling a little deflated after the last couple of days. If he doesn't win this match,
59. Ryan Newcar, 129.
he's going to be eliminated because Simon's going to win at least one game tomorrow, which means he's not going to be caught.
87.
Ryan almost caught
Ryan Newcar,
leg number 1.
130.
Stevenson could nick it on the bull.
105.
Both
Ryan
close.
Newcar, 42.
But no cigar. Double 18. And that looks
On the
better.
first leg. Ryan Murray.
14 dart break for Ryan Murray. So maybe with the shackles off a little bit, a bit of freedom. He's not expected to win. And now the pressure's off for him to actually play properly.
Second leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
I was saying to quite a few players yesterday, actually, including Matt Dennett,
66.
who won Group A, that when the pressure was off in his last match of Group A, he felt like he could just play and flow. And when he beat James Richardson in that final game of the group, he felt really good, averaging 100.19. Are we going to see the real Ryan Murray
85.
standing up here? It wouldn't be the end of the world if Simon
60.
lost this game for his Group C chances, but you'd much rather walk away with the perfect day. If you lose the last match, and it's your only loss, it's the equivalent of having a really good round of golf but double bogeying the last. It still makes dinner feel a little less sweet or a little less salty.
45.
You don't want to go out in a whimper.
$140.
This is a superb performance so far. And he'll be wondering, where's this been?
96. Ryan, you require 110.
He's got lots of time to go 2-0 up. Might take it now. Maybe not.
70.
But he does leave tops after 15, which is still very strong. And considering most of his performances today have seen his average in the 70s, this is a huge improvement.
140. Ryan, you require 40.
Will Stevenson get a look at that 80?
Game shot on the second
There's
leg.
your
Ryan
answer.
Murray.
Absolutely not. Good stuff from Ryan Murray so far, and if he maintains this, this is going to be his best performance of the week.
Third leg, Simon to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, 14 darted a break, 16 darted a hold after that. 2 more legs
82.
like that, and based on all of the games that the Mirror Man has had this week, that will be good enough. First game of the week.
41.
He was defeated by 100+ average. I will re-emphasise that the standard today has been decent, but there's definitely another gear to find tomorrow.
136.
There are the averages. Starting to get closer together.
55.
No 180s here, but these guys aren't noted as big 180 hitters. Well, that one
21.
made the flight disappear. Trying to perform a magic trick there with Simon.
$60.
Last game of the day will involve Josh Richardson and Sam Cankett.
134.
And they both have differing ambitions for the end of the day. Sam looking to get 4 points. Josh
55.
looking to get 8.
Sam and Yokar 128.
Stevenson looking to get 1 leg. Not going to do it. He's going to go 10 here.
88.
Mr. Sensible. Nothing wrong with being sensible in this kind of arena. You're not going to get anybody
100.
booing you if you don't go for the bull.
40.
Apart from me. Double 10.
Game shot on the third
good
leg.
stuff from
Simon
Stevenson, who finds a 6-visit leg there to get himself into this match at 2-1 down. He always seems to find a way, doesn't he?
Fourth leg is trying to throw first. Game on.
These are the players that you don't like playing. I myself have come a cropper against 2 players in my career who I just couldn't beat. Andrew Gilding and Steve Lennon. They always seem to find a way to beat me no matter how well I played. But Stevenson is one of those players. And yesterday,
100
plus today, make for what he's all about. Just playing the game for what
100.
it is. And finding a way to win over the opponent he has. That's a strong mindset. If you think about the confidence level that he's exuding right now, even though he's 2-1 down, the reason for it is that he's on a streak
97
of 6 straight wins. And if he wins this game, it will equalise the best winning streak of the week, held by Matt Dennant.
45.
But he's got to fix that stem. That flight keeps popping on the floor. Maybe he doesn't want to change it because he's superstitious.
66.
Dart players are very superstitious. A very superstitious bunch.
100.
Just have a look at Gerwin Price during the Premier League tonight and see how he arranges his table
81.
when he goes
Samuel Carr 120.
on the stage in Sheffield. 60 for tops.
100. Ryan
players are
Carr
so
136.
Now, Ryan Murray doesn't have to go 60s yet, but it's a good plan. Could have gone for the 16s.
96. Simon
trebles would have
Carr
left.
20.
Double top. Ooh, that is nasty.
Game shot on the fourth
What
leg.
do I
Simon
know?
Stevenson.
Honestly, I know nothing, obviously, because I thought that flight was in the way. He just floats it over the top, and that gap of 2 legs has been
Fifth leg,
crushed.
Simon to throw first. Game on.
Finds a way, you see. Murray averaging 100 after the first couple of legs.
88.
Starting to find some form, and then Stevenson comes back into it. Murray's average comes down to 85.
91.
And then he's the favourite for the game once again, having the darts in leg 5 and potentially leg 7 if he needs it.
99.
And whereas
82.
in legs 1 and 2, Murray was easily finding trebles, It's coming with a bit more exasperation now when he misses.
136.
And Stevenson is starting to find more two treble visits than any other time in the match.
41.
He is growing in confidence, all right.
138.
And if he continues to play in this manner and does get through this group, he's going to cause the finalists on Saturday night a lot of issues.
80. Simon Newquart, 40.
Tops.
Game shot on the fifth
That's
leg.
a 13
Simon
darter.
Stevenson.
From 2-0 down, he's won 3 straight legs, and he's only 1 leg away from a 7-match
Six-leg
winning
Ryan to
streak.
throw first. Game on. $140.
Buzz Lightyear is not going to go into infinity and beyond without a fight.
60.
I don't know one Scottish dart player that wilts under pressure.
55.
There's been a bit of chatter lately about the Scottish World Cup team, and from what I hear, John Henderson's going to get the chance to defend that World Cup with Peter Wright.
100.
We'll have to wait and see what the announcement of the teams will be in the coming weeks, because the World Cup's not that far away. It's next month.
164.
Oh, that's beautiful from Murray. Really good thinking as well. 25 left, 167. Bullseye leaves a 142. 141 to go.
26.
Just goes to show how different visits can be.
$43.
Still
Ryan
got plenty
Newquart,
of breathing space.
116.
Stevenson seems to have lost the accelerator. I guarantee you hitting that 7 doesn't give you an opportunity of taking 109 in 2.
46.
And he stumbled a bit over the last 6 darts. My advice to you, Ryan, is take that out.
95. Ryan
Stevenson has had a
Newquart,
knack
70.
of nicking legs today like a magpie nicking parts of my lawn. Bullseye.
Game shot on the
Beautifully
sixth
hit.
leg. Ryan Murray.
Maybe one of the best darts he's thrown today to take us all the way in this contest. 3-3 it is. 1 leg shootout. Give it all you've got, guys.
7th and final
This
leg.
is the last
Simon to
leg
throw
of the day
first.
for you.
Game on.
Like I said earlier in the day, I was having a bit of a practice at around 8:30
81.
this morning, and I seemed to figure something out with 161. I've always gone for treble 20, treble 17 ball like most
85.
people. But when I left it earlier, I decided to go for treble 19 first, like Gary Anderson does.
140.
And then I realised if you hit the single 19, you leave 142, which means you have to traverse one segment to go for the treble 17 twice to leave tops. And I thought, that's a really nice way of doing that.
140.
It's amazing. At 43 years of age, I'm still learning about the intricacies of the 501 leg.
60.
You wonder how many darts are going to be needed to take this 501 leg for 2 extra points.
40.
Advantage, Stevenson. Definitely now.
100.
Shanghai on 20s left, which has provided us with a bit of drama with Simon today. Do you remember him busting it, then hitting it the very next visit?
76. Samuel Carr, 120.
At least he hasn't hit the 60 with the first dart yet. And he hasn't with the second. I thought
41.
for a second he
Daniel
had.
Carr, 160.
No big out to finish the day for Ryan, but it is
140,
monumental
Simon
pressure
Newcastle,
on the
79.
79 for the perfect day, for the perfect 10, for all of the points. It's tops.
59, Ryan Newark,
Can
20.
Ryan finally get off the mark? Double 5. And he can get off the mark with his first win of the day. And he's probably done quite a few people a good favour as well, because keeping Simon Stevenson at 8 points gives everybody else a chance. 82 average, just under 83 there for Ryan. Simon's average was superior, but ultimately the doubles for Ryan were very, very good at 57%. Well done, Ryan. You did deserve those 2 points in the end. We'll see you guys tomorrow. One more match will come for you before we finish up our morning session / afternoon. It will be Josh Richardson looking to get 8 points himself up against Sam Cankett in match 15. One more match for you this afternoon as we see Josh Richardson and Sam Cankett go at it in a best of 7 leg match to see which points total they will have going into Friday's Group C action. Stevenson has been halted at 8 points, and Josh Richardson can't displace him from number 1 spot because of leg difference disparity, but he can put himself into second provisionally with the 2 points here on offer against Sam Cankett, who is looking to make a 4th point
like it's Josh to throw first.
Onto the same target
Game on.
as Josh's father. It's been a very up and down day for Josh, but
60.
predominantly it's been pretty good. Started with a 4-2 loss against the table topper.
97.
Little did we know that those two would potentially be the top two at the end of the day. The only person who can impress that on us is Josh himself.
91.
Who then beat Ryan Murray by 4 legs to 3. Then he beat his own dad 4 legs to 3. And then lost.
140.
Well, he actually won against Ryan Finesse, I do beg your pardon, by 4 legs to 3 again. He's been a 4-3 machine today.
140.
He's almost played every possible leg today apart from one. He'll be hoping he can possibly beat Sam Cankett by
57.
a further margin, just to make it easier on his stress levels. Judging by the workhorse that his dad is, I'm sure Josh plays a lot of darts and practices a lot. There's a very good darts scene in Northamptonshire.
137. Joshua requires
both men and the women. A lot of good mixed leagues as well. Bullseye for Josh.
Game
And
shot
a
on the
lovely
first
fix
leg.
as
Josh
well.
Richardson.
A bit of a stutter in going for the final shot of that leg. But when he got it there, it was pinpoint.
Second leg, Sam to throw first. Game on.
I just wonder what's going on at the end of legs for him. He's gone full on Barry Van Peer,
54.
where he's just a bit indecisive in either what to go for or how comfortable he feels.
150.
But what I do like to see is composure, and Josh has got that in spades.
100.
As for Sam's day, started with a 4-0 loss to James Richardson. He'll be hoping that doesn't
100.
happen to Josh. After that, he lost to Ryan Finesse by 4 legs to 1. But did start to
81.
get a hold of things after that. A 4-1 win against Ryan Murray was a decent performance, especially on the doubles.
100.
And then against Simon Stevenson, it was a very odd affair. Both averaging in the late 70s, but Simon's still
58.
better on the outer ring than Sam was. Josh in position to double down here. Should switch. Does effectively.
96.
That's pretty good. Sam would love to leave 68 here. He must go south.
44. Joshua requires 90.
Now, he might go bullseye here, but he's going to play the defensive shot. It's double 5.
80.
He's
Sam, you require
paying Sam
164.
massive respect by going to 20s on that route. And maybe he was right.
98.
Well, Josh,
Joshua
you decided to go
10.
for the 60 to leave double 5. And
Game
well
shot on
done,
the second
because you've
leg.
taken
Josh
it
Richardson.
in 16 darts, which is a break of throw now, and he is definitely a big favourite to win this match.
Third leg, Josh to throw first. Game on.
If he goes to 3-0 up, I do not see a way back for Sam Cankett. There have been plenty of games this week where people have gone 3-0 up. But based on what we've seen today and the kind of streak
66.
that Josh is putting together, I wouldn't see a way back for Sam. Matthew Dennant's 7-match winning streak
140.
is still the best of the week. Simon Stevenson's stopped at 6. And Josh has had a few streaks
93.
in his career here at the Live League. He's had a few hot spells. He knows about doing that. And now we would love to have a
59.
4-match winning streak going into Friday.
$41.
Advantage Cankett against the darts here. And he's accurate on the 18s. Twice.
126.
It's a difficult shot, that 302, because if you get 4 18s, it's then a treble 20 to leave a finish.
20.
But if you get the 2 54s, you still have to stay on the 54 to get a shot, or a treble 19 or a
66.
treble 20 will leave you a shot as well. You don't have the get-out clause of a bullseye like you do on some of the approaches from like something like 306 or 309 when you use the 19s first.
140. Samuel Carr, 110.
Okay, so 18 for double 16.
94.
He's been down there
Joshua
very
Carr,
little in this
141.
day of play, but when he has been down there, predominantly he's hit that shot.
$65. Samuel
Double
Carr,
eight.
16.
For a break back. Yeah,
Shot on
lovely
the
shot.
third leg. Sam
Glances
Cankett.
off that marker dart from the left-hand side of that double 8 bed. And 2-1 now is a very fair result.
Fourth leg, Sam to throw first. Game on.
I'm of the opinion that darts nicknames need a bit of a
44.
rehash. There's way too many people who share a nickname. I mean, even Super Sam, we've had a Super Mac, we've had a
100.
Superman. But one thing I like about Josh's nicknames, it's got no the.
97.
I know that's somewhat hypocritical because mine has a the, but it's just stealth. Just one word. I like those one-word nicknames.
180.
Like voltage.
83.
Well, some nicknames that are quite affectionate. My good friend Robert Marjanovic in Germany, who does a lot of great work commentating and playing. Myself and some of my colleagues just call him Millhouse
121.
because he looks like Millhouse from The Simpsons. I wonder if that's why he stopped wearing glasses.
59. Joshua Carr, 100.
Maybe he didn't like it. Josh would love this. Doesn't have to go 2 double tops. And he didn't.
60.
Believe me when I say this, that was 2 singles. That was not going for tops. It was just the right thing to do at the
58.
right time.
Joshua Carr,
And the
40.
right thing to do now is to hit tops. Well, that one obviously came out of his hand wrong.
20.
Not really sure what happened there.
Samuel Carr, 160.
Maybe the flight came out of the stem in mid-air. But this is possible. At least it was.
84. Joshua Carr, 20.
Back for 10s. Just glanced it off that one. Just like that.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That is
Josh
such a lovely
Richardson.
dart, isn't it? You see lots of room to the left of it. You can see how closely he can get those darts together.
Fifth leg, Josh to throw first. Game on.
Another break of throw. 3 in a row now. If Josh can serve it out, he will finish the day on 8 points and a leg difference of +4.
26. $58.
For all of you budding darters out there and darting statos, do you know what British people used to call 26 on a dartboard? It was called bed and breakfast.
140.
And the reason for that is because a bed and breakfast for the night used to be 2 and 6.
95.
2 shillings and sixpence, I believe that is in old money. Before pound sterling came in.
180.
And that is the full boat. For the 180, you get a few nights in a hotel.
97. Joshua Carr 155.
Looking to check out of the Online Darts Live League in style.
95.
Bounce in his step, and that's pretty good. He'll come back for that 60. And that reality of 8 points and +4 in leg difference is very close.
140. Joshua requires 60.
Over to you, Josh, to finish Group C for Thursday. Double 10. He wasn't expecting a shot at double 10.
You require
He
111.
didn't think he was going to hit that tops on approach. This one is to keep the match alive, and it's not going to happen now. 106 is a non-finish.
Joshua requires 20.
Double 10 is taken by Josh in 16 darts in that final leg, and a really good finishing display. You can see it's really steady, just under the 89 average, 36% on the doubles, just above 1 in every 3. But Sam will come back tomorrow to try and get some more points. He's in the bottom half of this table, as you can see. He's actually in the bottom position on leg difference now to Ryan Murray, who won his last game. But Simon Stevenson and Josh Richardson will top the table going into Friday on 8 points. There will be plenty of action for that from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow on Sporty Stuff TV. But as for us this afternoon, we're going to take a break, and we will come back in about 8 hours or so, and we will have more action from 10 p.m. tonight with the likes of Andy Hamilton, Daryl Pilgrim, and the graduates from Group A. I'm signing out for now, but I will see you in just under 8 hours at 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV. I'll set out for now.